My dog is barking at everything. Am I? Yeah, I'm speaking. I can be heard. Finally, be heard. Let me put music on for the Twitch audience. We'll do volume number 1. What the? Blah blah blah. Yak yak yak. Get a job. We'll let that sit for a minute until it actually gets to musical content. Yeah, work continues. Did I put the yeah, I put everything in YouTube. Yeah, we got all our titles. I need to open up the YouTube chat. YouTubers may have already said hi, and I will not be aware of it. So twitch.tv. No, sorry. YouTube @OBother VOD. I need to sign up for that creators program. I didn't do it again yesterday, and I need to do it today. I'm horribly irresponsible. Welcome to ADHD. Let's pop out that chat. All right, there. Now we got everybody. We got everybody churning along. I hope I've honored all of my subscribers by mentioning them. I believe I have. Not sure. Where's Streamlabs? Did we get everybody? Snowy Za subscribed with Prime 2 days ago. I think I got that one. I don't remember. It's all a blur sometimes. So feel free to just correct me on this. If I accidentally miss your name, just let me know. You can let me know via Discord. You can send me a PM on Twitch. Whatever works. Yeah, we had Veet Nukem. Then we had Runecar Snowpen with 5 bits. Proteus subbed with Prime, and then Madam U resubbed. Mahalo gifted a bunch of subs. That was very nice of you, Mahalo. And then Incredimike. That was 6 days ago. 6 days ago, we had a big sub. A series of events happened. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. Just wanna thank them right up front. All right, let's see. Chill music. Yeah, there we go. My definition of chill, Volume 1 by Deckard. Okay. Yeah, we had very few people on Twitch last time, probably because I've been missing a lot of Tuesdays. That's on me. We'll see. We'll see if we get a good crowd today. We probably should. We probably should, all things considered. In the background, I have been working on the RC car project. And, well, okay. The RC car project is the only thing keeping me from jumping into creating a circuit board for all this stuff, which would be good Fusion content, and I could get my monthly video out of the way. But I sort of want this thing to be up and running faster than that. I don't know, is it okay. This is the big debate. The big debate, the master of all debates. The big debate is that if I create a circuit board, I will have to make all of the modules that I put on there in 3D, of course, and give them footprints so that I can put them in the schematic and everything. That's not that hard to do. A lot of people make 3D models for the more popular, breakout boards and stuff like that. I can find that. A Teensy 4.1 3D model, I can find that in a minute. I wouldn't do the power supply because we've already built it. It would be all the other digital stuff and have standoffs for modules. And then the board would pretty much just be like a wiring and op-amp holder, right? And everything would be exactly where I want it to be, and I could wire it up exactly the way I want it to be, but the design would be frozen in time, and there would be no way for me to go in and edit that design on a fundamental level, aside from bodge jobs, which of course, is a skill in and of itself, and it's something that I would very much like to show chat, but that would massively organize things, and it would be possible for me to make this whole thing into a singular module that fits on the back of all of the button stuff, all the butt stuff, all the button stuff. No, I'm going to resist the urge. I'm going to resist the urge. We're going to continue on this sort of slog that I've been on. This has been sort of dragging my feet through the mud for a while now. It's been tough because progress is very slow. I want to show that, but I also want to be popular. And so the drag, the slow drag of this project has started to become a liability for me. I need to get way more progress done on it, and we're nowhere near getting to the point where I can work on burning the subs again. I need to work on Burn the Subs. I'm starting to get really pissed off at the fact that I haven't been working on Burn the Subs, because this thing is a huge draw. This thing caused me to get partnered and all kinds of other stuff. I am unfortunately married to the project, and it is constantly breathing over my shoulder So, hey Proteus, how's it going? I'm just waxing philosophical about the things that I need to get done. I'm very good at organizing the things I need to get done. I'm not good at doing the things that I need to get done. I gotta do the things, you know? Organize the shop, do all that stuff. This is the first My Definition of Chill from Deckard of Space Cowboys. So I've been working on the RC car. I've been working on the Lancia 37 body, sort of loosely Lancia 37 based. I've gotten the whole thing to print. This one is the culmination of many, many, many prints. There are a lot of these sitting in a garbage pail just to my left. This one lifted a little bit. You can see that line there? That's not the fisheyeing of the camera. This side broke off supports and lifted a little bit during the print, which I'd be willing to overlook if this didn't happen. I can't get these posts to print right. I put 10,000 different little pieces of holding on to stuff, but the posts are always a little bit bulbous and they don't come through properly. On the latest print, I've tilted this. I tilted it just a little bit forward, and that might actually allow for these to print properly. It'll at least allow for these sides to print properly too, because it'll start with a little dot and then it'll work its way up the line instead of building the whole line and having that have to be pulled off. I think that's what caused the rip up over here. You know, why it ripped off of supports and then didn't print properly. But yeah, this is really getting on my nerves. And then this will also fill up with stuff. So I think I need a side hole in there as a drain. It's just this has been like really annoying. I'm trying to get it on these little magnet hangers that I designed. XT'd? Is that like XT'd? No, that's not like an XD. It's an XT. What is this Prime? This is like a new Prime. Thank you so much for subbing. I appreciate you coming out of the woodwork. Like, that's awesome. Thank you, XT'd. Yeah, so these things you can get on Amazon, and they're just little magnet connectors. And I found a 3D model on GrabCAD for them. So you just solder wires to the post, and then you've got a little good time. Hey, what's up, Hair Bothman? Yeah, so these are little pogo pin magnet connectors. So this is what attaches to the body. I have this just kind of bolt into the body, and then the body just clicks into place on the magnet. You printed the Hyundai? No, this is a low poly Lancia. Actually, it's a Lancia Monte Carlo, but the Resto Mod people have gotten a hold of the Monte Carlo, and they made what's called the Lancia 37, which has a totally different taillight setup. It's got a circular set of taillights in the back. So this is a Monte Carlo from some game that the person on Thingiverse made a low poly model of. And I really like the low poly model. I like how, you know, herky-jerky and angular it kind of looks. It's the better version of low poly, unlike the Cybertruck, which is too low poly. Cybertruck is like if you're hand programming in coordinates for the polygons, whereas this one is like, it's like an actual modeled off of something. It's got some nice shapes. It's got nice wide fenders. And because I did all this work on the electronics of the RC car to get them into sort of a low profile thing, this will fit over top of the body and it's like perfect. It looks amazing and I don't have to stretch it. I did have to do a little stretch and poke. I actually had to take this in Blender, and if you do this, the X-ray view of the wireframe, you can select all of the nodes in an area. So what I did is I selected all the nodes, and I selected all the nodes near the fender as I could, and I just moved it a little. And then I selected all the nodes for a little bit further from the fender, and I scooched it a little. And then a little further from the fender, and scooched it just a little bit. So bit by bit by bit, I moved the nose in so that the less long wheelbase of the RC car. Really plaguing the Z cars is the fact that their wheelbase is like 100. It's like 90 millimeters to 102, and real cars have much longer wheelbases than this does. So I had to scooch it in just a little bit. I got like 1.7 millimeters in, and that allows for the wheels to actually turn instead of getting caught up on the fender. I can't print out a tiny little fender roller. That doesn't exist. It doesn't exist in RC cars. You can't print out a fender roller. Yeah, low poly looks really good for RC cars because it looks like a low graphics. Actually, doing a low poly like this for a car in real life, that would be really cool. You could do a bunch of like panels that you would plan out and print out, and then you got to weld them together. Well, the welding would be a problem because you'd want sharp edges on everything. But you could print fender flares. That's true. I could bolt on little fender flares. That'd be great. I want to be able to design fender flares. I think Blender is the way to do it because I don't know if, well, maybe in Fusion when I get used to quads. I'll have to do something with quads soon. I'm at the laundromat. And you're a homeowner. Oh no. Well, best of luck to your laundromatting. Yeah, so I've been working on this and it's been very frustrating. I've had to do a lot of prints. The 3D printer is functioning right now, but I think the reason that I'm so frustrated with it in part is because I'm treating it like it's an FDM printer. I'm treating it like it's my Creality printer, which does really good at vertical posts. I think I need to figure out how to do this some other way, either with a drain hole or just something that'll allow it to print better. If I do this at an angle, then it won't snap on as well. I want it to snap straight down because this rolls in and the other one just drops in. So it goes ka-koomp, and then this thing is held on. We'll have to see whether or not those magnets are powerful enough. That'll be some redesigns. And then this is not the final form. I've got 6 pins, so I'm going to be able to do lighting. So I need to make a little place where I can glue an LED behind these headlights. That's why I left them like this, because there's actually, in the 3D model, there were lenses over the headlights. So I'm gonna have to find that model for the lens, and maybe I can print that in clear goop, and then put little lenses on there and put LEDs behind them so I can do brights and low beams. And then, I don't know, I gotta figure out what to do with the fog lights and the indicators. And then I've got a 2-piece tail light. That'll be pretty easy to do. I just can't separate the lights out. But it'll be really cool to have little mounting things where I can glue an LED in here and have headlights that work. Then I got to figure out what I want to do with the glass, because I could print the glass in clear and it looks really cool. I don't think I have the type of paint where I could print the whole thing in clear and then paint over it, because then the LEDs would look really weird. They would bleed out too much. It's better to have an opaque body. So I guess I could isolate the windows and make them into their own separate piece, you know, tie them together under here with a couple like bars, vertical and horizontal, and then I'd tie all the glass together so that it would be one piece that could just snap in. That's a lot of work. I don't know what I got in me. Maybe this becomes our series of, this is what this is doing basically, is this is keeping me from buying a real car, because I don't have room for a real car. I don't have space in my shop or in my life for a real automobile. And I desperately want to buy a real automobile, something weird like a Lancia, that's all clapped out and dead, and then put my own electric drivetrain in there. I would love, that is like my dream project. I would love to be able to achieve that. I would need to get vastly more popular in order to be able to afford it on my current streamer budget. But instead, I'm getting that all out of my system by working on something like this. And I get to play with, like, you know, magnet connectors and stuff like that. So, and in doing so, I guess I need to talk to the Fusion 360 people and see if I can get a license from them, because my version is going to expire in like 10 days. Happy birthday, Bother. Your CAD program is now in jail. All the allegations against my CAD program. They were found on the ledger. They're on the guest list. But yeah, I'm having fun with that. It's fun to work on something that's kind of like pretty like that. Meanwhile, we're kind of stapling together the circuit with like shoestrings and gum, and the debate is constantly whether or not I should be authoring a circuit board instead of putting together components like I am. I don't know which one is the solution. I think putting together circuit boards would probably be pretty prudent of me, and I would be able to fit a lot more into the whole thing. I mean, I don't think I could fit everything onto a board this size because we've got through-hole components on the other side. But if I did a second board that was just a little larger, would I be able to fit everything on there, including, you know, our new giant microcontroller and all of the accoutrements, all of this stuff, including level shifting circuitry and everything? It's possible. It's possible that I could make that work. But a board this size would be at least 120 bucks. Remember, the module testing module, an entire module, is $200. So when you get your mill running, you can route your own circuit boards, at least single layer ones. I don't like that though. I don't really like that because it's like, it's rough. Whereas you can spend, you know, what time is money. How much of my time will I spend setting up the mill to do circuit boards, even though I am trying to build a mill that does very accurate movement? I don't know to what end though, to what end that mill projects. I need to just suck it up and do the mill project and figure out that it's a bad idea instead of contemplating how bad of an idea it is. But yeah, it'll be a fun thing to put together. I think with those crazy motors and the reductions, I could route circuit boards. I don't like the results of routing circuit boards. You got to do your own vias. You have to like spray it with chemicals and stuff like that, and then you have chemicals running around. But you can mill some pretty nice like little adapter boards if you need one in a pinch. I don't really feel the need to have that capability because you can buy adapter boards all over the place. They're like $1, and you can get your PCBs professionally made to a very high degree of skill, of craftsmanship. Like this thing costed me maybe $25 in total, probably more like $40 considering shipping and everything. And then a couple hours of building, and I've got myself a cromulent RP2040 Salon key filter VCO board that I can do almost anything with. Pretty cool. The yellow PCB, I wanted to try out black just because I hadn't done a black PCB in a while, and black is not good. Black and white are too opaque for PCBs, but yellow looked amazing. I have that cord VCO that we haven't built yet. That's on a yellow PCB, and it looks so good. Where did that go? I don't have the PCBs in reach anymore. This has been supremely annoying, though. I really need to get over, figure out how to get stuff like this to print properly, and not have all of these lift. This part right here lifted, and so you can see it's not the fisheye of the camera. It actually, and I would overlook that. That would be fine, but then this also happened. So if I can somehow get these to be a little bit more consistent. They're all rounded on the ends too, because I think maybe when it starts, because this is, keep in mind the print bed is here. This is where the print bed is. So we're lifting a partial car body every time. I guess this, something over here just kind of broke off and started to hang. And then it got kind of pushed into the bed. And then what happened over here is I think it makes the circle the first time with a bunch of holding stuff, and the holding stuff didn't pick it up properly. And I think maybe just putting it at an angle means that it will grow. It'll start with just one little point, and then it'll grow as we move up in layers. And maybe at that point, it's held on enough? I don't know. But if it breaks off at all during that process, then this happens. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. I would like to get this to print properly because I want to race around the RC car and see how it looks. And then we can take a break from it, and I'll get into lighting after that. Sideways, I don't want too many supports to be on the outer body of the car because you get these little puck marks. I wanted it to all be internal, but it insists on building support like on the outside of the car in some places. I mean, I could try to print it like this. This printer is so crazy and nice that it really does a good job of this kind of stuff. This is uncured, by the way. It's totally flexible. It feels like it's made out of rubber, which actually is kind of good. That's actually kind of good, because then if I smash into something, this will deflect instead of exploding. The Hyundai model on printables appears to be printed sideways, so that's like this. How do they get over all of these little puck marks for the supports? I don't like this, the little orange peely things that are the supports are leaving behind. I mean, I could try to print it like this, that's for sure. Maybe I'll do that next. Right now, I have one that's printing where it's like this. I just tilted it just a little bit. So the resin printing is not something that I know about. I am exploring it through this project, through this RC car stuff. I think finding the magnet hangers was the coolest part. The magnet plugs, that's the coolest part, because it's just like, pop, and then you're connected to everything. Really cool. Yeah, where is the printables? Where's that window? This is the model that I really want, but it's expensive. It's an expensive model, and they built this with quads instead of tris in AutoCAD, and I don't know where that model is because I want this. This would be the best thing to have on the RC car, because then through the magnet connectors I could put I2C, and then I could have a little screen. Some guy around me has one. Yeah, it's a 2016 or something. I don't like, so I like the concept car. I don't like the one that they put to market. The one they put to market has too much car stuff about it. It's cute. I like it a lot. It's a cool car. But the EV concept has some special stuff to it. I like the EV concept. I think that's cooler than the actual car. This is the actual car right here. They kind of dumbed it down, and they roundinated it a little too much, whereas the EV concept looks much tougher. It looks like a cooler, like little rally. It looks like an autocrossing car, you know? I like this a lot better. It just has a little bit more aggressiveness to it. I could do this one too, but I I like the cute little car. But then I could put one of those little LED screens in the front, like right in here, and then I could have it like say stuff. That'd be very cute to do. But yeah, I don't know. It's so what is this car again? This car's the N74. So printables, print in place. Yeah, you're saying this one prints sideways. Well, actually, this one they printed it sideways, but they printed it with FDM. Is that right? Something deposit machine? I don't know. What do you call filament printing? Filament deposit M, I guess. So FDM, yeah. Versus SLA. I don't know what you call the different types of printing. I don't know what the acronyms are. You know the feeling for having tons of projects you want to do all at once, and then you get paralyzed and do nothing. Super annoying. I can't send you help with that because I suffer from the exact same thing. It's called executive dysfunction. It's a part of ADHD. It's one of the things of ADHD. That doesn't mean nobody else, you don't have to have ADHD to have executive dysfunction, but being overwhelmed by the volume of projects that you need to do, and they're all small things that'll take a second to do if you're actually concentrating on it, and having that completely shut down your ability to do them, and then sitting and doing something that's a dopamine drip, like browsing Reddit or sitting on a couch or just not doing it. That is ADHD. That's what that is. Or it's one of the things that ADHD has going for it, which is executive dysfunction. Yep, there's a word for it. There's a term for it. It's a medical thing, and it is real. The ways to get over it: make a list. Even just write down a list. And then tell yourself to do one item off of the list before you're able to sit down on the couch. Or you, well, that's pretty much the only way to do it, is to divvy it out into little tiny nibbles of project that you do, and just sitting down and saying, hey, brain, I'm not going to take this anymore. We're going to do this. This is what killed my 944 project, too. The 944 project had all kinds of little things that I could have done, and I could have been doing them, and it could have motivated me by doing those little bits of project. It's sort of a cascade effect. But brain said no. Brain said I'd rather sit at my desk. Part of why I'm streaming is to combat that. I, as streamer, I'm not allowed to do that. I'm not allowed to do nothing. That would be suicide for my channel. So I stream, and I have to work on this stuff. You see what's going on with this thing is the nibbles that we're able to take day by day are getting smaller and smaller. But I'm still doing them. I'm still going to truck through this, and I'm going to find things that motivate me as I go, because I'm forcing myself to do it. That, and I'm on powerful medications that allow me to concentrate on things. There are other coping strategies if you're not unmedicated, and I don't know them very well. But you can just look it up. Executive dysfunction, how to combat. How do we combat this? How do I fight this in the field of battle? Because it's a struggle. It is a big struggle. and I fully empathize with your situation. It's something I can talk at length about because I suffer from it too. Saying the solar project in the garden shed. I only need to make a charge controller from stuff I already have. Oh, is it like putting stuff in a box? But I could also mow the lawn or watch YouTube or meet new people on Twitch. Here's what you can do. Here's what you can do. You can sit on Twitch, never close Twitch. Never do that. That's mean to me, the streamer. And you got to think about me. You know, like I'm pretty fragile out here. People don't think about, you know, how is this going to affect my streamer? I have to watch my streamer. I have to. I can't not watch my streamer. They'll be personally insulted. Watch my channel and do stuff while you watch my channel. And maybe you'll get a little bit of motivation from the podcast-esque background noise that is me screaming into a microphone about how I hurt my finger because I touched the wrong side of the circuit board. Listen, I don't mind if people watch my show or not. I'm happy to have you guys here. Struggle saw. I have a struggle saw. It's an actual saw. Decided to join without asking. Nice. I found that using the Scrum technique also works. Write down a main goal for the month and then goals for each week. That just sounds like a list of stuff that I didn't do. But yeah, breaking it into tinier little tasks has a powerful effect. What's up, Mr. Cayman Filter? I love that name. That's a great one because I love Cayman filtering. As a systems engineer, I learned all about Cayman filtering and how powerful it is when you have a sensor that's misbehaving. You can turn bunk sensor data into pretty well-informed sensor data with a Cayman filter. So yeah, this would be like if I was going to do the N74, I would probably use this model because I could gut it and then I could give it an interior and then I'd have to do something about those vents in the back. That's a weird feature. Get it to match the wheelbase and then make windshield and side windows and then figure out a spoiler for the back and match it up to the car. That would be a pretty fun one to do. But it looks like this was done with filament and it was done from the side. You can see by the layers. But I'm not doing filament printing. I've got the UV image printing. So I don't know how I would be able to, like what, I don't know yet how to optimize the ultraviolet goop print so that it can do things that I want it to do, engineering-wise. The rear would need to be 2-part. This can be done in 1 part with the UV stuff, but there would be a lot of like support things for overhanging elements and things like that. This would need a bunch of support here. Yeah, I don't know. I've had decent luck with the Monte Carlo, the 074. But this is like the 15th test print. I'm tearing through my epoxy resin. Tearing through it. The UV resin that I have. The mirrors, of course, are the first thing to suffer on this model. I can make it with all kinds of little fragile details like this, but as soon as I crash, that thing's gone. If I even just handle this improperly, that's going to break off. It's much stronger if it's in real plastic with a molding process, but oh well. Those turn out perfectly every time because they're vertical. These are horizontal and they're cursed. So we're seeing, right now, I've got a print in the printer that I'm going to deal with after stream that I've tilted a little bit. And maybe that tilt will allow these to come in gradually and be accurate. Because the photo printing thing, the LCD printing with the goop, is super duper accurate. If you're trying to make like accurate to machining parts for like a professional job, it's a really great process and it works really well and it gives you an amazing idea of what your solids are like. If you want to build something Bush League like we do and you want it to be strong, that's where FDM printing comes in handy. And PETG and those other stronger filaments. Yeah, because this goes on like that. There's not much suspension travel. I tried to give it a little bit, but there's not a ton of suspension travel, but it fits really well. And the wheels can turn now. Now with turning. What a feature. Yeah, this model year we introduced turning to our cars. It's a new feature that I think people will really love. I wonder if I have ADHD, like for a year, I would have welded, hold on, I gotta move my window so it fits. Like for a year, I should have welded 2 L brackets and hang up my Chinese diesel heater. Still haven't opened the box. Well, I don't know. I mean, I think everyone would benefit from lists. It takes a certain motivation to make lists to do stuff. What the fuck? It's an emote dump from McGurks. Coach McGurk? Yeah, it's tough. I mean, everybody suffers from that. The people like us that do projects, we see too many projects in front of us, and we are very easily duped into the ideas man gambit, where you're like, I love coming up with ideas for new projects, but nobody ever likes to actually follow through. And so there's a lot of projects that end up by the wayside. There's a lot of stuff that I still want to get into project-wise, and I haven't really gotten to it because I've got primary projects that I need to work on, like burn the subs. And we're going to get back to burn the subs as soon as I've got a module tester that I can use to make sure that my modular synthesizer works. And eventually the modular synthesizer might allow us to have some kind of ambient electronic sounds in the background so that I have intro music that I can put on YouTube. And YouTube will no longer just be a silent intro. You make a list of points. That's what that board is right there, and that's been collecting dust for like over a year now. I need to wash it off and start over and figure out what projects I've got in Prioritiesville. But I think more than that, I just need to get myself back on the horse with Burn the Subs. If you make a list with points, you can get to the point. You can jump to conclusions. Is that Office Space thing? Yeah, I still can't find. I can't find this urban Honda urban concept 3D model. I found one that's the actual car, but not the EV. It's the car that went into production. It's $90. I'm not going to spend that. I'm sorry. I'm going to find it for free, or just, you know, take this and try to make it myself. Just take this, take all the quads, and see if I can't model it myself. I can't do it myself. I'm not cool enough. They made their site look like Amazon. That's interesting. $90? No, thank you. But look at this model. It's really nice. That's a nice model. They deserve every penny. I'm not going to give them every penny, but they deserve every penny. 3D export, low poly, $7.99. For this, I'm not too sure about that. This one has fewer polygons than the other one. That would be nice for me. Oh, no, no, no. No, 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 no. Turbo Squid. Turbo Squid. It's the same thing. $5.99. Jeez. Well, that's Turbo Squid again. Hold on. Get out of here. Yeah, I don't know. It's something I'd have to like make myself. That's a lot of modeling work. Oh yeah, the pictures from the website. Somewhere around here, there's a picture of them working on it in AutoCAD. Yeah, it's one of these here. There it is. AutoCAD. Look at that. And it's a particular AutoCAD project that is like geared towards making cars and stuff. Crazy town. But yet I can't find their files. Give me your design files. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Give me the design files. Give me this lump of clay. I want it. Give me that VR headset. Hey! NyanoCat subscribing. Thank you so much for the 13 months of Prime. Hell yeah, brother. Thank you so much, NyanoCat. Look at this. They've just got VR. How do we make this a comfortable place to be? Styling the actual body. But The real appeal here. Oh yeah, and then there's this showing hello with a waving thing. I would love to take one of those little OLED screens and do that. That'd be so cute. But like, they used AutoCAD. This is AutoCAD. They used AutoCAD. Frustrating. I can't find it anywhere except to buy. The music is way in the background. It's very quiet. What do we got here? Did I actually? I think I updated my title. If I didn't, it's fine. Okay. What do we got going on for us here? What's happening in Bothertown? I'm very frustrated with the UV printer. It's doing stuff on every print. I got these corners to come in nicely by putting a lot of support up. That's what all these little pock marks are on the inside and outside. They're all the areas that I tried to emphasize supports so that this stuff wouldn't break off. Because when it breaks off, it ends up warping and doing all kinds of really terrible stuff. And it's when the printer has to lift it out by the support. So if you have a big area all at once with supports on it, it'll pop it off of the supports and then everything kind of collapses down. Absolutely frustrating. And it's been happening a lot to these sort of thin walls of the RC car. So the question is, do I like tilt it a certain way in order to get it to print properly? That might induce weird lines on weird trajectories that you could see. The print, it's so accurate because it's a really nice printer. It's so accurate and smooth, and I kind of want to preserve that smoothness a little bit so that when I move it into actually being the real car model, it'll look good. But I need to get over some of this stuff. Like, what is happening there? What is that all about? It's basically not able to keep that support. It's not able to lift that support from the bed. Ah, I'm out of insulin. Oh God, oh God, oh my God. Stop the beeping. It's a constant tone. It's totally ruining our chill atmosphere. Ah, Wait, where's the dash control? There it is. Burp, burp. Deactivate the pod, hurry up. Hurry up, it's a constant beep. Oh, my ears. Okay, that's better. All right, let me get a new pod out. We're gonna do insulin stuff, and then we'll get to building things. I need to find like a print advice website or something like that so I can learn a little bit more about how to make sure that goes all right. Am I out of pods over here? I am. All right, I gotta go grab pods from behind all the way back here. I've got a big supply of them. Toss that box out into no man's land so the dog can rip it up if she wants. Grab another pod package. Back over here. Grab one pod out of the pack. Ah! Oh, we're still mic'd. Okay. And grab insuline. There's the insuline. Let's get it done. Let me get the old pod off of my body. I think that's going to mean that I need to take my shirt off. Yeah, it does. It's pretty high up on my arm, but I don't think I can get to it from... Oh, maybe I can. There we go. This is what I'm doing right now. I'm manically picking at my arm like I have a scab. Get this isopod off of me. You ever see that isopod that replaces a fish's tongue? Nasty stuff. Nasty, nasty. Okay, so there's the old pod gone. Out with the old, in with the new. First step, fill the pod. So we have this little syringe here with the chodiest of needles in existence. That little guy right there. Open this up. Get some insulin going. Wait, XT'd. Oh, yeah, that was today. Okay, yeah. Okay, I am up to date. It sounds like XD, but it's XT'd. How's everybody doing today? I don't have insulin. It's so tiny. Yeah, it doesn't need to do much. It just needs to get through this little rubber nodule that seals the pod's fill port. And it needs to get through the rubber of the syringe cap. This is a little piece of rubber that's sort of squished a little bit, so that when you put a syringe through it, it self-seals when you unplug it. Everybody knows that. I'm explaining it anyway, but it's similar to what's on this, which is just a little piece of rubber that's been squished into a slightly smaller opening thing with a lip at the top. So you squish the rubber in like that, or maybe it's captured on the other side, but when you poke it, it seals itself again. Easy peasy. So what I do is I push this into there and then inject, and it fills a little plunger inside of the pump. And then when the pump starts clicking, it'll lock in this brass bar. There's a brass bar that's threaded, and as it spins, it'll advance the plunger back. But you don't know how much insulin you're filling, because some people don't go through a lot of insulin. I go through a ton of insulin, so I'm the exact opposite of this problem. But if you, for instance, if 3 days is going to be like 150 units, you have to fill up to the minimum, because that's where it has like a position sensor. But then you fill up to like 150 units. It doesn't know that. It doesn't know that you've done that. And so what it has is this plunger that goes backwards and fills with it, you know, all the insulin fills with it in the cavity. But that bar, that brass bar, goes and advances in one direction. It gets captured by a spring. There's a big turning gear, like big barrel gear mechanism that will advance the threaded rod, but it captures that in a position. So it needs to click a little bit in order to do that. And the clicks are this little like spring thing that goes back and forth. We'll have to take another one of these apart sometime, because that was a fun stream. It bears repeating, and I've certainly got plenty of pods. So now that I've filled this thing is searching for Bluetooth. So I activate pod and I hit next, and then this thing should find the new pod and start it priming, basically. Not prime like the energy drink. That's a freaking scam. There we go. This has started clicking. You can hear a click, 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 and you'll hear a pop. Click, 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 pop. There was the pop. And that was it capturing the plunger. So now I got to put this thing on my body, which means I can't switch cameras, or I think Twitch gets mad. They get mad. They get so mad. Everything Prime is a scam except Optimus Prime. My Amazon Prime is pretty good. I don't know. Hold on. I'm going to mute and put this on my body, and then I'll unmute. I don't know if you guys can hear me all right. I probably sound really weird because the microphone is on the shirt that's hanging on my arm. But I'm gonna hit the thing for this thing to inject a syringe. So just watch. So this thing will click, I think, 5 times. And you might be able to see in this little window a Bluetooth. Ow! It just did it. A Bluetooth. You probably didn't see that. That's probably very difficult to see. It's hard for me to see. All right, I'm going to mute and then put my shirt on. Yeah, I guess if I stood in like a kiddie pool, if I had a kiddie pool that I could stand in just for the sake of it, then technically I would be able to be shirtless. Actually, it would be funny to push that envelope. If I was a little bit more edgelordy in my content, I would do this just right on camera. The reason the mic sounded weird was because my shirt was dangling from my arm. I basically took off my shirt except for this arm. Or no, I took off my shirt except for this arm, and the mic was just dangling from it. So audio sounded weird. I was trying to show you guys the thing injecting. This is going to be kind of an annoying location because it interferes with my arm moving like this. But I think, 2 days of not moving my arm fully up is fine. It'll be fine, and I'll get all the insulin my heart desires. You have to move the sites around because insulin is a growth hormone, and it'll cause these rubbery sort of muscle growths that you don't want in any particular location. So you keep moving them around, and you don't get weird growths. Good old insulin, But yeah, I could performatively stand in a hot tub and take my. You know what? I don't even need to do that. Diabetics are a disability class. We have a disability. That's a thing. Are they permanent? I don't think they are. I think they go away after a little bit. But I'm not sure about that. I don't know how that works. Yeah, the rubbery growthing, the rubber stuff that you get under the skin for injecting in an area for too long, I think they go away. I don't know what they are. I don't know what the deal is with that. I've just been told to rotate sites regularly to prevent them. So, I don't know. But yeah, as such, I believe that I could probably take my shirt off and do a set change. And if Twitch bans me, we would have a fun little time on our hands. And I might even get more viewers as a result, Maker sues Twitch over disability rights, banned due to disability. Oh, that'd be great. I get thousands of viewers, and they'd be like, man, your content is boring, and then they'd all go away. That's the problem with the viral stuff, is that, maybe I don't want those viewers because they're not interested in my content. They just like my sexy body. Yeah, this is going to be cool when it works, when I can actually get a good print. I need to learn a bit more about this type of printing, though. I've gotten the wheels to fit. I've done a lot of 3D modeling stuff that's kind of a little weird in order to get the wheels to fit on here and have a little bit of clearance so that this thing can technically drive around on the street and the suspension will actually do something. That's kind of cool. But work keeps going on this, and there's a lot of stuff that I still want to do, like make windows and stuff that are clear. Good stuff. All right, I'm going to put this aside. It's too distracting. The problem is all of the 3D modeling takes about 5 seconds, right? I'll do something that takes about 5 seconds, and then I'll send it off to the printer for 3.5 hours in order to print out and figure out what's going on, whether or not I got my dimensions correct or whether or not the print works. And then sometimes it doesn't, and it's another 3 or 4 hours from there until I actually get something in my hands that I can put in the ultrasonic cleaner for half an hour. And then I can end up pulling all the supports off and accidentally cracking it in half. So it's not a project that I can really do on stream. It takes too long. I can show it off on stream, which is what I'm doing, and maybe get advice from people about it on stream, but the 3D modeling is too quick. It would have been nice if I could compile all the things that I needed to do to this and put them all together at one time so that we could do a stream working on the 3D model for the car, because it looks really cool. It's a cool project. I enjoy working on it, and I think it would draw people in, and it's a lot of fun. I'm having a lot of fun figuring out how to use these CAD programs. I had to use Blender because Blender is the only program that gives me the individual control of vectors that I need in order to put this whole ensemble together. In order to make this into a shell that works, and that works in Fusion, and that is closed. It's actually closed in instead of being like a visual 3D model, which are rife with little problems sometimes. This is actually an engineering model that is a cromulent shell that makes sense and doesn't have overlapping stuff. It's a whole thing. All right, I'm gonna put this over here somewhere. Where am I gonna put this? Every single vertical surface that can possibly house an object, it does. This has to go on top of stuff that's on top of stuff. Get the music out of here. get the music out of here. Let's get to soldering some stuff, because soldering is nice and visual as well. It's a cool song, though. Away it goes. Goodbye. Goodbye. Where are you going? Goodbye. This is a 16-year-old mix. What the fuck? 16 years it's been sitting on SoundCloud. Craziness. All right. Tried finding something similar to this to watch when a bother's off. Found exactly nothing, which I find weird. YouTube videos, yes, but streams, at least not on Twitch. It's very tough to be entertaining for periods of time for content like this. There are other makers that have tried to come into the space and do things. There are others that are doing amazing stuff. Uwo's Lab is a little bit higher energy than me. If you're looking for another channel, they're typically on in the evenings. So when I go off, it's like maybe an hour or two away. Flatulent Gonad does similar stuff as well. And he knows a bunch of other smaller channels that do that kind of stuff. He doesn't have a schedule, but he's typically on, I think, a little bit after. Sometimes it's like 15 minutes after my stream is done, Gonad will go live. But he has a weird schedule. You know, everybody has these weird schedules. And then the big names, the big makers that have tried to come in and do streams haven't really caught traction that they would want in order to keep their sort of popularity going. I didn't have a YouTube audience. I'm trying to build that by streaming on YouTube, which is turning out to be kind of difficult. There were a lot of people yesterday. I don't know what that was. Last stream, rather. That may have been the algorithm just favoring them. But this is like it's a game of darts. Not really darts. You can make informed decisions on how you want your channel to grow, and you just it's a chance game. It's a game of chance. If you just make cut authored YouTube videos for project stuff, there's a lot of that out there, and so that gains traction really well. And I kind of tried to do a little bit of that with the VOD channel. It didn't really work out. Editing takes a long time for me because I'm too much of a perfectionist. If I kept doing it, maybe I'd get better at it. But I saw your YouTube stream pop up on my feed today, clicked, and then came back over to Twitch, where I usually watch. Followed on YouTube. Hey, thank you. Yeah, the @obother_O_bother and then capital V0 VOD. Sorry. God, the fucking screen names that go through your head every day, and then you try to actually relate and tell people what your very straightforwardly named channel is, and you end up subbing in things like 0 for O because your brain does that for you now because the internet has ruined you. It's @OH_bother, capital V, capital O, capital D. @obother VOD. That's the YouTube channel where I also have my live streams because they persist for more than a month there. You can hire a shitty editor to cure perfectionism. I mean, yeah, if I could afford to hire an editor, I would love to be able to do that. If I, and again, this leads into it. It's like it's the catch-22. I need to be popular so that I have like diehard fans, and somebody goes, "Hey, I'm a video editor. I could do some cheap edits." And I'd be like, "Cool, yeah, do it. Here's a channel." Like. they can do that for me, but I'm not cool enough. I'm not popular enough, guys. I don't think you understand how Bush League we are here. Yeah, a lot of this is just this channel is motivating me to keep working on my project, and I'm happy to string you guys along with it, and we can get Burn the Subs running again. That's going to be the big thing. That's what's going to bring a lot of people back in. I've had many years now that Burn the Subs has been just sitting. So right now, though, I really want to do good by my buddy Julian and Dave. They both have been hammering at me to build synthesizers for them. Julian especially, as he's got his own little Bush League music career that he's always constantly working on. It's part of his personality. He's always been a musician. And so he has been after me to build him a synthesizer for time immemorium. It's been nigh on 20 years. And the way that he finally got me to bite at the bit for that one was to show me the world of modular synthesizers. Now, I've always known about modular synthesizers and what they're all about, and I took a look at them and went, that's expensive, and I moved on with my life. But then I had a resurgence because of Stream. I'm working on a lot of projects, which some would say too many. I'm working on a lot of projects, and you know what? Hey, I'm good at soldering stuff. I should be able to build these modular synthesizer modules. And Julian was like, yes, you should take a look because you can buy just the circuit board with no other information. And I'm like, I love that. That sounds awesome. because they basically say, here's a circuit board, good luck, asshole. I love that. That's amazing. And what that means is that I was able to buy just circuit boards and then figure it all out for myself by looking online and finding the plans for these things and finding what parts go in and then ordering parts and then by just the skill of my labor, putting together something like a synthesizer module and then getting it to, where is that? It's out of view. I'm not moving for it. It's basically directly behind me. Putting those into a modular synthesizer rack. The problem is, at the end of all that, you've put together this circuit, this analog circuit. It needs to be tuned. Just like any other freaking instrument, it needs to be tuned. I'm not good at that. I don't have that. What? I have oscilloscopes, and I have power supplies, and I have multimeters. I don't have musician tuning crap. Not to mention the fact that I didn't really know what I was getting into with some of these analog circuits. So, what we have to do, or what I want to do, is to build something that is capable of testing all of these things in the way that I like testing them and tuning them. I'm curious how about analog synth gear stays in tune. You tune it. You tune it at the beginning of each performance. That's what Julian does. He's got a little one of those digital note sensors, and he basically takes his VCO and he sends it a note that he knows, and then he'll tune it in order so that it has that note. There's a coarse and a fine adjustment for these devices, because with analog electronics, they poke you. No, with analog electronics, temperature stability is a thing. You have this whole class of oscillators like, VCXOs, which are temperature compensated oscillators. Those are more a thing in radio than they are in synthesizers. In synthesizers, you're so low frequency that you're doing stuff like monostable transistor oscillators. So you have matched pair of transistors and you have leakage through something or other, and that causes it to, I don't know, oscillate, and then you can give it a voltage and it'll change the frequency. Like, that's what they like doing because it's only a couple transistors. But in order to do that, you need two super matched transistors that are basically the exact same transistor, because electronics exist inside statistics. When you are manufacturing something, you are making 1 billion of these a second because the margins are razor thin. You make like 1/3 of a cent off of each sale, even though you have huge volume discounts. Electronics is a razor thin profit margin. So you're making these things by the bushel. You make it in a, whatever factory run you do, and you have just tons and tons of these things being built to, and the tolerances in electronics are insane. Mechanically, if you talk to a machinist and you wanted to have the tolerances that you have in electronics, they would laugh at you and then spit into their little tobacco thing and go pa-ting. But yeah, the tolerances are insane. And so they do these runs, and you have a statistical probability of having a device that functions exactly like the data sheet or the value that's printed on the electronics. And so in doing that, when you're building an analog circuit, you're dealing with these statistics. And so statistically, you have super matched transistor pairs, which are barely a thing anymore. Nobody uses them, so they're expensive. And so the super matched transistors should operate in the same way so that your wave looks like a wave instead of looking like some kind of a weird squished wave. And then you have all of this stuff inside of an electronics cabinet where it gets hot. And so when it gets hot, your resistances change a little bit, or the electrons aren't flowing quite the same way because of the heat. And so you need to tune your synthesizer not only at the beginning of a performance, but you might want to even like take a look at it if it's been sitting in that cabinet all day. They have temperature compensations on some of the analog circuitry, but digital stuff is not as prone to that. I had a QRP radio kit with a VCXO. You had to build with PCB oven. It was a pain in the ass, and I loved it. Yeah, the 0406, 04, whatever. The smallest size of human solderable resistors was employed in some of the modules that I built, and I had a lot of trouble with that. I contacted YouTube channel Toil, T-O-I-L, who had some DIY stuff on those modules, and was just great. Basically, Toil didn't give me any particular advice, but they heard me out, and they emailed me back, and they were very nice. And they were curious about the problem that I had, It turns out the problem that I had was my soldering. I thought there was no way that I could have mis-soldered any of that stuff, but it turns out some of the legs of the chips were not properly soldered, and it was impossible to see on the microscope. So Toil was a great sport. If you guys ever want to check out a cool synthesizer channel, check out Toil, T-O-I-L. It's all in caps. Very cool person. But yeah, so I had a lot of struggles with that. When all's said and done, when all's said and done, I still didn't have a great way to tune these things. And so I looked up Mutable Instruments, who's Emily Gillette, great author of circuits, legendary modular synthesizer modules, hates us all, got out of the game for their own mental stability, and left behind a wealth of information, schematics, AutoCAD schematic files, footprints, parts, designs. Amazing, like an amazing resource. And that includes a modular synthesizer testing module. I kept trying to fix this Dave's M303, the famous M303 that I'm unable to fucking fix. I'm so mad at it, and I think I partially broke it more. Every time I hand it back to Dave and I think it's fixed, he hands it back to me and goes, no, this actually doesn't work. And the reason that I don't know that it's not working is because I can't give it the variety of signals that it would take to fully test this thing. So in order to make the variety of signals, in order to characterize them, in order to tune things, I am making my own module testing module with inspiration from circuits by Emily Gillette of Mutable Instruments. And so what we've settled on is that I have a VFD kicking around the shop. It's a vacuum fluorescent display. That'll give it kind of a cool look. I mean, why build it if it's not going to be cool, right? I could have used just a normal LCD and we wouldn't have had any of the trouble that I'm going to experience programming this thing. But why, if you can call that living, right? It's like, shut up, it's got to look cool. So anyway, VFD is a 5-volt product. That's going to be annoying. 6 channels, which means 6 buttons going in digitally. These don't necessarily have to be like a fixed function. They can change. I have 6 channels of output. We were able to do that using I2S, which is an integrated circuit. That's the I2, and then S is sound. So I2C is integrated circuit communication. Integrated communication. Yeah, I2C. I2S was built specifically for audio. What that means is that you have a left and a right clock, and then you have a clock and you have an audio signal that's being expressed in digital form, in ones and zeros, and that's streamed from a microcontroller to a device that's able to produce output. Yeah, I2S we ran into for the first time when I was taking apart like a weird speaker back in the day, and I was like, that's kind of cool. I've never heard of that before. And then it came up again for FPGA stuff. You can do some amazing stuff with FPGAs and I2S, and I was going to do that for the microphone, for all the filtering that I want to do on the microphone. I was going to use these circuits that I have sitting in front of me in order to pick up audio from the Electret microphone, and then the FPGA would, you know, do the brain vein thing and do all its science on it, and then it would output nice audio that I would be able to put into the input over here. But we never got around to it. But what I can do with these things is I can run them from a Teensy. Paul Stoffrigan has this whole engine for putting together audio stuff on the Teensy. And so we started out with the Teensy 4.0, and we were able to get it to output 6 channels of audio, DC voltage levels, gate signals, anything under the sun this thing can do. We were then also able to receive audio, and the test was we received audio and then we pumped it out of one of the channels over here. So I was able to take one channel from this, put it into the receiver, have the microcontroller read that, and then output it on another channel. And the offset in signal was like microseconds. It was awesome. Really good test, really comprehensive kind of looping audio going on there, and it worked perfectly. So the Teensy 4 is a beast of a microcontroller. It can do everything we want it to do and more. We got it to say "Hello World" out of the screen. Buttons are trivial, and voltage level readings on the pins are also trivial. I can get all that working. This is a 3-volt device. This is a 5-volt screen. We're going to have to do a little transistor level shifting in the in-betweens. But I heard of I2S, but I thought it's something with serial. It's not exactly serial. No, it's a little different than that. Yeah. I2C is inter-integrated circuit communication. That's a 2-line protocol. So you have clock and data, and that's running back and forth between chips. I should not slam this thing around so much. You can hear kind of a weird noise from it because it's got like floating elements inside of a vacuum tube. But anyway, so our system has been vetted out on solderless breadboard. I found these little breakout boards for USB-C. Sorry, got to shake my brain a little bit every now and then. It turns into kind of a goo. Not I2C, USB-C. We've got USB-C. We've got I2S. We have I2C, although I don't think I'm using it. And then we have just logic level triggering. My brain hurts. So USB-C, that's able to negotiate for 15 volts. Little man, put that shit in my hand. If you don't got the dough, then you owe me, oh. Oh. All right, anyway. We're able to negotiate for 15 volts. 15 volts is how I do the other synthesizer and this power supply. They're basically the same thing. I've got Pololu modules that are able to do amps of power. You don't need that much, but I have the capability of that because I think these Pololu modules are extremely well built. Pololu.com does not sponsor me in any way, but Pololu makes some really good robotics stuff. If you need high current power supplies, this thing can take up to, yeah, Jungle. Anyway, fucking Jay and Silent Bob. Anyway, so yeah, that 15 volts comes in and it gets ORed with the other, like it's USB or the barrel plug. And that on our power supply gets turned into plus 5 volts, plus 12 volts, and minus 12 volts. And so that creates a 24 volt system where you have negative 12, positive 12, and sitting right in the middle is 0. That's good for all of the modular synthesizer stuff. It's what all the op amps use. So, somewhat right about being serial. Yeah, it is. I was thinking the S at the end. No, that's, yeah. I2S is sound. It stands for sound. So my struggle during this entire thing is whether or not I want to keep it on the perforated prototyping boards, or do I want to build this using Fusion 360 and Eagle, which is built into Fusion 360 now. If I want to do that and instead just have chips on a board and I would have a module that plugs in, I don't think I'd really have space. It would be like this big and I'd be able to put circuitry under this and use the other side as well. I don't know. I don't think, I guess we're just going to continue doing it with this because there's all these on-the-fly decisions that I've been making that have caused. It's good that I did it on this stuff because I've had changes in heart and I've had changes in circuits and stuff. And so we've been building the LEDs that are going to respond to inputs. We have muxed inputs so that we can isolate things and we can move the input to any of the 6 channels. So the 6 channels are universal I/O, and then we can put our input on any of them, and we can also put a voltage reference on any of the channels. And what that does is keeps us honest. At the beginning, at the startup of the whole system, I can have the listening thing listen into fixed voltages and calibrate itself on those voltages. Then I can have these guys try to output a DC voltage at that voltage and have this calibrate to that voltage. I could have these output frequencies and then have this try to read back the frequency and correct itself a little bit. So hopefully that keeps us honest throughout this process. Whew, that took me like a half hour to explain, huh? I'm sort of waffling around with what I want to work on today. I think I want to make room for the Teensy 4.1. Decided to go with the Teensy 4.1 because there's a lot of stuff here. I've got 6 channels, so I'm going to need 6 analog reading channels, and I have all kinds of serial signals that are going to be coming out of this thing, and then I need to control the muxes, and then I need this and that and blah, 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 blah. So I think the best way to do it is to have as many pins out on the microcontroller as possible. These are the same microcontroller. They're going to function exactly the same. This one just has access to a ton of pins, and I've got an SD card on the back end of this thing. So the SD card can hold the graphics that will power that screen. That screen is 1 bit though, so it's not like it's going to be particularly complicated, but that means I can have like a font file and I can have stuff like that. 1 hour into the stream, the iron's still cold. Oh, you're right. All right. Yeah, I want to get headers on this thing because we're gonna plan on having this thing. I could actually solder in some EPROMs on this thing too. I could have an EPROM on this, and then I could have the SD card. I think is where everything's gonna go. So like, if there's configurations, I can save it as a config file on that SD card. I think that's gonna be the big advantage to this thing. My problem with the Teensy 4.1 though, I got a problem. Got a problem with the Teensy 4.1. This, let me get a pointing device. Cause my mama ain't home. Okay, let's see. This is the Teensy 4.1. Dun 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 na 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 na. Yeah, it's a very long chip. It's got a lot of pins on it. So we've got tons and tons of I/O on this thing, which is great. We've got the same chip as the Teensy 3. I don't know what the individual features are or are not. I got that beautiful little SD card hook up at the back. I could potentially put EPROMs on this thing if I want to. What I'm here for is all the pins in the USB out. This is the USB out, and I was a little disappointed to discover that these USB output pins, while they are pulled over to pins and not pads, these pins are not 0.1-inch header compatible. Why did you do this? Why did you do this? Why did you do this? My mic did not die. Why? Why are they like this? Why are you like this? This sucks. Yeah, if they were 0.1-inch compatible, what I could have done was just had another row of headers on this thing, and that would have taken it to the USB pins. Yeah, it's you. It's not me. Oh, that's so annoying. I can't believe that's the way that it was done. D+, D-, 5 volts. It almost feels like I should like route it over to these. Just do like a little jumper, and then just have like pin 4 and 3 just be null, and then they would be the D- and D+. Wait, is that connected? That looks like a trace. No, oh no, it's going. Wait, where's that going? No, that's on an internal layer. Darn it! I'm so annoyed. I can't believe this. I know space is very restrictive in this platform, but just scooch it over a little bit, man. Just scooch. You just scooch over a little bit. Damn it. Ethernet's over here too, and I don't think I'm going to be using Ethernet. This is not going to be an online device, that's for sure. How annoying is that, though? Is there something I don't know? Is this actually compatible, or is it? Hold on, let me get a 0.1 board here. I don't really think that's going to line up in any meaningful way. Yeah, it doesn't. Look at that. If this is lined up, wait, where's the? Oh, there's stuff in the board. Yeah, look at that. It's off. Oh, it is 0.1 though. It is faced to 0.1, so it could fit in a 0.1 setup, but it's just not in the right spot. What the hell? What am I supposed to do? It's like all 4 of them have to be in the middle? Isn't that annoying? And it's not like there wasn't room. They could have scooched it forward just a little bit, and it would have been completely compatible. Just to the right and down a little bit. It might have interfered with some of the design of these parts. I'm sure that making a decision like that, they were backed into a corner. Jumper them out from the top. That's what I was thinking, is like I could just have the D- and D+ be like pins 4 and 3, and I would just set pin 4 and 3 to an input, which puts them into high Z mode. So as an input, pin 4 and 3 would just be totally useless, you know, as an I/O. I wouldn't use it for anything, but then D- and D+ would be on those pins, and then I wouldn't have to run a wire down to the bottom. And I think that's probably what I'm going to end up doing. It's going to be like pins 2 and 3 well, pin 1 and 2, I think are, let's look at the pinout. Let's see what the pins are. Let's take a look at what the pins are. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them, and they do a lot of stuff. They do a lot of stuff. Yeah, RX and TX1, out 2 is used, LR clock. Well, actually, no, out 2 and LR clock 2 are not used. So 2 and 3 would be possible pins that I could use, because we're not using the second channel. We're only using channel 1 of I2S. So M clock, B clock, LR clock, and then out 1A, out 1B. Oh, out 1B does have a pin. So we could use A, B, and C. Channel D, we're not doing anything with. Maybe in the future I could maybe I could put an internal speaker. You're screwing with my OCD with these layouts. I can't do anything about it, man. It's not me. And honestly, like, I am having the debate about whether or not I want to make a circuit board. I would basically get a 3D model of the TNC 4.1, get that into CAD so I'd have all the pinouts. I think I can find these. I don't know if I can find this one on GrabCAD, and then I can make header pin layouts for them. They wouldn't be, you know, weird and bent like these are. We're still working on the modular synthesizer testing module. And I'm struggling with the prospect of authoring an actual circuit board for it. And I think I've talked myself out of it. I've done it several times, but the main reason that we're not making a circuit board is because I can make decisions on the fly this way. So let's put our TNC 4.1 down onto the board. I did a little bit of work on this over Wednesday. I didn't get a lot of time. I was mostly working on the really super hyper cool RC car project that is impossible for me to stream because it takes 4 hours for these prints, and each one has its own little curses. Like, this is all screwed up right there. I've got little magnet hangers that'll hold the body on and give me 6 pins that I can control lights with on the top. But look at this thing. It's so cool. But yeah, this is the RC car. It's a Lancia Monte Carlo, technically a Monte Carlo, although it looks more like the 37, the Resto mod. But all of these bodies are cursed. I have one on the printer right now that I think is finished, and I'll have to move that over to the alcohol bath soon. I'll do that later, though. For now, we need to get progress on this thing. That other project is like a bunch of 3D modeling, and it's really cool, and it's real fancy, and it looks awesome. Maybe at some point, we'll do the Lancia Delta body. And if I do that, I can maybe bring you guys along with the ride. I have some RC parts incoming. The 1/24th scale RC cars are death by $1,020 purchases. It's, you know, death by 1,000 cuts, right? You do one little thing. Oh, I just want one little thing for this. Oh, I want one little thing for that. And they're all $20 purchases. It's like, oh, 3-phase motor, $20. DOS Micro, $20, $20, $20. The gyroscope, the radio, the motor controller. And the thing is, like, $20. That's not so bad. You know, I could do that. You add them up, and it's like, how much time and effort and love and money do I have in this thing, in this frame? But yeah, I wanted to do it justice by being able to put an actual body on top of it and having some cool stuff be able to happen on the body. I do that with my drones. Yeah, that's why I dropped drones. I was like, you know what? I can't do this because I had nowhere to fly them. At least I have a place where I can race around a cool little RC car, you know? So I'm having fun with it. I'm having fun making a little cyber Monte Carlo that'll have headlights and stuff. And from there, we can branch out into other car bodies. I would love to do the Honda City EV concept because then I could have a little screen in it. All right, so I did a little work on this over the weekend, over Wednesday. All we need to do is hook up these pins here to each individual channel. And then all that's left for this entire board is wiring up these three, the encoder, the audio outputs, and then the button outputs so that we can plug it into other stuff. And then we'll test this by plugging in some kind of a signal. Maybe I'll need to bring the mutable instrument circuit over. We might need to make an adapter for this so that we can actually plug stuff in. One more part, I swear, bro, just one more part. It's just gonna take one more part, bro, just one more $20 purchase, bro, and then it'll be so cool, bro. You have to trust me on this one. Yeah. Welcome to that project. I don't think I can get this in the vise. Yeah, this doesn't really work on the vise. Damn it. It's just a little bit too small. So I either work on it freeform like this, which gets kind of annoying, and you can take a piece of Kapton tape and just put it down on the thing and it'll hold it stable. Or I can get the circuit board holder. Need to add your vise as advice. No. No, I do not. I'll just hold on to this. What we're going to do is we're going to desolder the Teensy 4.1. So that's this thing right here. All these pins were mistakenly put in. What's up, Doc? How you doing? All right, so let's get the soldering iron started up. Yeah, I really wish the 3D printer would do a little bit better by that Monte Carlo, but the body keeps lifting stuff, and it's just not really working out. I've got a print right now where I've tilted it to the side a little bit, and hopefully that will peel off of the bed evenly and not undo the supports that it has. Because this one, even the one that I showed you guys, it looks immaculate, but there are places where it lifted off of the 3D print bed. So like that right there, that's not a fisheye lens. This lens does fisheye a little bit, but never had luck with solder sucker. Engineer SO2 SSO2. This is Engineer, apparently, is the brand. This thing is fully refurbishable, refittable. It takes a standard O-ring and then a cylinder O-ring. Very easy. Then it has a piece of silicon rubber hose. And you can buy 1/4-inch silicon rubber hose, or I think it's like 4mm ID, 8mm OD. You'd have to check me on that, on the tip here. And so what that does, there's a little extraction thing on that. This product is the only solder sucker that I've ever loved. I do have a solder sucking gun. That would be useful here, but this thing works so well. And the reason it works so well is because of this hose. 2mm, 4mm. Don't buy it as a product for RC cars. Don't buy it as a brand for this thing. Buy it just as hose. And it's super cheap to get a lot of it. But what you do is you cut that to the length of the little extractor, and the silicon rubber does not melt with the solder. So like all its like Hakko brand solder suckers, I hate. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them because you're burning plastic. I don't want to smell burning plastic. I get enough of that with this soldering crap. I get enough chemicals in my body. So what we have is a little silicon rubber hose that does not melt. And then when you put this up against that solder joint, you're making a seal. And the whole point of what I'm doing here is I'm trying to suck air in from below and blow all that solder up into this thing. When this fills up and you can no longer like depress the cylinder, or if it's not sucking properly, you can take this thing apart. And I used, okay, I just did a pop shove it with the should have made a Tony Hawk noise after doing that. Let's put this on the other desk. I need tips on how to print things with UV printer. But yeah, when this thing gets all gummed up, basically don't expose yourself to a lot of lead, put on gloves, take this thing apart, get a bunch of paper towels, wipe off all the grease, throw the spring back in. What I do is I put grease, dielectric grease, all over the spring, get the inside wall of the cylinder, put this whole thing back together, and it's like new. It fully refurbishes. It's amazing. Engineer, it's spelled like engineer. Engineer SSO2 solder sucker. And it's all metal too. It is one of the best tools. This one was sent in by Wexo, and Wexo was correct. I was talking here about how much I hated solder suckers, and he was like, no, I swear this one's really good. And I think I pissed him off enough that he actually sent it in. He sent me this thing. It's like 20 bucks. Yeah, it's not an expensive one. This isn't super expensive, but the one that I got, and I think it's the original, uses the Star Trek The Next Generation font. So it's just chef's kiss. That's like the best. It's you're like, wow, you guys just copied Star Trek The Next Generation for the labeling on your solder sucker. There's some knockoffs too. I don't know what the quality's like on the knockoffs. There's not much to this. I mean, it's just a big spring. But this has been the best solder sucker that I've ever used. And I'm happy to sing the praises of it because it deserves it. The ability to fully refurbish it is also amazing. Used to be closer to $40 over here. Now they're like 20. I guess they saw the design and everybody decided to copy it. These are going to be very difficult to get out, by the way. These pin headers are going to be kind of a struggle. Yeah, I would be cautious about the knockoffs because they always there's a reason that it's $20, you know? Ooh, that didn't work out. So when sucking, you want to make sure that you really get a good seal. You want to get those lips around everything. And you gotta bring the heat when you're sucking. So what I do is I tap onto the pin, you know, I tweak that little nubble, and I hold heat there a little bit longer so that the heat gets all the way through the via to the other side. Now these don't wiggle, but one of the things is when you suck really well, there's a little bit of surface tension that holds a little tiny piece of solder up against that pin. And that's what's going to keep you from being able to remove this from the board. So one of the things people advise you do is to push on the pin a little bit. But you can see there, when you're adding a lot of heat and when you're pushing on the pin, you can start to stress the pads. The pads are basically held on as cheaply as possible. It's basically just a circle of copper, very thin copper foil almost, that's being held on by not great glue, but just good enough glue. So what'll happen is, if you put a little bit too much mechanical stress on them, the pad can tend to lift. The original one you've got for 25 bucks on Amazon Germany. Yeah, there's some, you can find them. I'm glad the design is caught on because it's a good design. I feel like maybe I need to use hot air to get this thing off. The traditional way is you treat your pin headers like they don't cost anything, and I would remove the microcontroller from the pin header and then just remove the individual pins. You can cutting them puts too much mechanical stress into them because when you cut, the cutting tool needs to make room for itself and it'll push the pin all the way out to the side. But one other way to do it is to just remove the pin from the plastic. I'm not sure if I could really get away with that here. Ordered it with extra hose. Their hose is overpriced, right? But yeah, hopefully you guys have good luck using this thing because it is literally the best solder sucker that I've had the pleasure of using. And I've refurbished this one several times. I've taken it fully apart several times in order to get the meaty goodness from it and then rebuild it. Yeah, 6 inches will last you a ton of time. This is like the third piece of hose that I put on this thing, and I think I've had this since 2019. Eventually the hose gets kind of manky and you just replace it for fun, but Jamie's Hack Shack, that's a good name. I wish I could afford your soldering iron. The $200 soldering iron, $300 soldering iron, yeah. I use it like every day. I don't know how often you're using your soldering iron, but sometimes, like if you're using it daily, it's cheaper to get the more expensive one because it never breaks. Like I have the newer version, and the only reason I have the newer version is because Wexo felt that I should have the newer version. I took it upon himself to upgrade me. I had an old version of this iron, and I had it since 2010, 2008. I've had it a long time, and it's never broken. Not even a little. Yeah, it saves time and headache and money. I mean, look at what I'm doing right now. Instead of just buying a synthesizer tester, I'm building one because I'm cheap, but I'm ending up spending all of the time and effort and engineering resources and brain power trying to build this thing. You had it around December 2018. Which one? This thing? Solder sucker? I can't seem to get that one to cooperate. I have the desoldering gun and it's pretty good. It works pretty good. It's just this is easier to getting out the desoldering gun takes a little effort, and it might actually have been a good idea to use it on these because this would have happened a little bit faster than with the manual solder sucker. But you got to get it out. And you got to get it out, and you got to plug it in, and it's not that much effort, but it's enough that I'm willing to just reach for this thing. Building everything else is fun. You got that before the partner badge. The partner badge was 12, 14, 19. And I remember that because it's an awkward way to count numbers. They're not evenly spaced, and it bugs the hell out of me. 12, 14, 19. Oh, there's a lot of stuff in here. Hold on. Gotta pick it out. Pick my nose. Follow your nose. It always knows the flavor of jam wherever it goes. All right, let's keep moving down here. So this is a solder sucker, and I am viewing this through the same lens that you are. You guys have this on a monitor. I have this on a monitor. It's like 900p. It's like 900-ish p on my monitor. It's a little smaller, maybe. Some of y'all have me on a TV, which is very strange. Very strange indeed. I never fixed my Amigas without a desoldering station. 30-year-old PCBs and crusty solder. Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said for the little motorized solder suckers, and maybe that would work out here because it would be bringing a lot of heat, and then you also kind of like swirl it in, and it really removes this stuff quite handily. Of course, then you got to clean the solder sucking station. I don't think this thing is going to fall from the board as easily as it should, but just randomly found this on Twitch. Wish there were more small electronics here. Great background for working. You know, a lot of people put me on at work. I did gaming streams for a little while as like a Saturday aside, and we will do that again. Rest assured, we will do that again. It's just that I don't get much viewership when I do game streams because people put me on at work. You know, they're doing their job and they have something that looks like electronics work, even though it's just me cursing into a soldering iron. It's me accidentally poking my arm with a soldering iron and going, son of a... And then a string of curse words. But yeah, what game are you playing? I don't know what I do on stream. The game that is currently taking up all of my time is Abiotic Factor. I started a single-player game on that. I'm also thinking about rolling into Satisfactory version 1.0. I put up that VOD of me doing the old version, the old experimental builds of Satisfactory, and I had that running gag where I put the Dune theme on every time we got to my desert base, and it got so demonetized that it hurt. It actually caused physical pain. These are not desoldering properly. They're quite badly desoldering. I don't know what's going on with them. If that's just flux in there, I don't think so, because it looks shiny. Yeah, they were like, we're gonna fucking like cave in your skull, you fucking idiot. They're a little music mafia on Twitch. Like, would be a shame if something happened to this channel of yours. If you happen to monetize it, maybe we could take some of that revenue and use it to protect you. And I'm like, who are you guys? I just have a dinky little electronics channel. I just want to play with electronics. Yeah, it's just the YouTube situation is bad. But I mean, the VODs for these streams are going up on YouTube, and they should be okay because I'm not doing anything with music. But when I do gaming streams, I don't get as many people because people are fickle. They have me on during work. So this does not look like it worked out at all. This really looks bad. Let's just see what happens on the other side here. I don't think anything is going to be loose by my removal of solder, and I might have to use Chip Quick on this. That ain't go nowhere. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to unplug this. I don't think I'm going to be able to save these headers. And actually, unplugging this by hand is a mistake. Because what'll end up happening is one area will loosen itself, and I'll go like this, and then all the pins will get bent. Dr. Noisemo, how's it going? That's a fun one to say. I need help. Fired up cookie clicker. Oh God, I can't help you. You've gone to a place that I cannot help you. I don't understand what's up with cookie clicker. I don't get it. It's a little bit too boiled down in terms of the dopamine farm that it represents. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a tool in here, and I'm just going to very gently loosen one side, pry up one side, then pry up the other. I don't want to go too far, or I'm going to end up bending my pins. So I just go one side, then the other side. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. We're working on this thing. We're getting progress done. That's all that really matters. Now we got to strategize how we're going to remove these pins. I mean, you can heat it up and you can pull it up from the top, but I feel like I need to get the whole thing at once, and it's such a big surface area, I'm not really comfortable using hot air. I don't think hot air would really help. I think hot air might get it too hot, and then I'd be in risk of damaging the board. The other way to do it is to cut the partitions, but that would damage, I mean, it would really damage it. I could use Chip Quick. Chip Quick is expensive. I think hot air might be our best choice. Because with hot air, if I get the whole thing hot, it'll just drop away, I believe. I'll probably have to wedge the pin tool in there just to give it a little bit of weight to it. So if I wedge the pin tool in and I put that in the middle of the header and then I put my fingers on it like that, that's now wedging downwards, and I can give it the beans, and then I think it'll desolder. So let's add solder to it. I have to add solder to it because I want the solder that's there to stay molten longer. So we need to add mass to it so that it holds the heat. But I can do it very sloppily. So we'll just go down the line and we'll just add a bunch of solder to these pins that I've already desoldered, which was a mistake. So I just need heat inertia in place on the, this is, yeah, everything that we just did was a mistake, but at least I got to talk about the Engineer SO2. Oh God! Soldering iron. All right, desolder. The solder station that I use is kind of like a professional one. It's really expensive for what it is. There's better soldering irons out there for the home gamer nowadays, but I use the professional one because I'm doing this a lot. I do a lot of soldering, I do a lot of tip changes, and the Pace, what is it called? ADS 200 is really good at doing those things and doing them a lot. And it's got enough wattage that I'm never kind of stuck. It helps if you're doing the kind of home gamer stuff that I do to have a gas soldering iron waiting in the wings, because the day will come when you try to do something with power lines. If you're like, I want to build an e-bike, I want to make a motor out of a brake cylinder or a brake caliper. I want to build a big fixed magnet rotor out of a brake caliper, and then I'm going to take over the world. But anyway, when you go for a project like that, you will find yourself living in a shotgun shop. No, you'll find yourself soldering very large traces. And sometimes you have very small traces next to your very large traces, and you will watch as a bead of solder suddenly bridges those two together, and it instantly forms a heat sink from your solder joint, and your solder solidifies, and your iron is stuck. I've had it happen to me before. The iron just stops moving. So to avoid that, what you do is you turn off your iron. You don't want to stress the little guy out. The power supply is doing the best it can, given the temperature drop that you've just subjected it to. And you go and you get your gas soldering iron and you make sure it's all gassed up and gas light it. And then you place that thing on there. And because it's using the power of heat, the power of fire, you're able to get all of those BTUs into it and rework that solder. You want to do it quickly too, because that thing will run away with heat and ruin your whole thing. But Weller came out with a cheap station that I got, also worked well for a few years. Yeah, there's a lot of really good tools out there nowadays. They've really stepped up their game in terms of, you know, the home gamer tools that are available. Two-stroke soldering, not quite. Not quite. You could sit around the hearth and solder us up a circuit. All right, so let me get my leverage here. I mean, I guess a vice grip would probably be a good idea here, but I want to give it just a little bit of mechanical force, but not a lot, because I don't want to pull up any pads. And then I'm just going to go down this whole line, back and forth, hopefully without burning myself. Maybe if I do it at an angle. Oh God, it's getting real hot. This thing is set to 500 degrees Celsius, so that's a lot of BTUs. I want to apply heat for as little time as possible. Come on, baby. Ow, my thumb hurts. Come on. Ow, my thumb. My pinky's starting to hurt. Okay, that's too painful. I'm hurting myself. Ah! Oh, jeez. I wonder if this will just drop out. Best if it does, because then it's not damaging anything. Yeah, see, what's happening is hot air is being deposited onto the board from the front of the nozzle, and it's being deflected outwards. And when it gets deflected outwards, it's still painfully hot by the time it gets to my finger. Drop out. Oh, there we go. That worked. I'll do it with this one. Surface tension is holding it in right now, so I need to give it that little bit extra momentum. Nope. By smacking it on the head. Pine Sil is a fairly recent soldering iron that everybody seems to love. There we go. Managed to not really damage the headers either. I could probably recycle those. Whew! That's a toasty board. We were getting in the danger zone of heat there. Yeah, I have a T80 in the closet, and apparently, well, I don't know, is the T100 better than the T80, or is it just different? From what I hear, it's just different. And then the Pine Sil, I don't know anything about. You know, I bought the Pace station in like 2009, and I haven't had the need to be a fan of different soldering irons since then. It just works. TS100, I thought the 100 came after the 80, and the TS100 has like the USB-C plug on it. The TS80 that I have, I've hacked with new firmware. I could be wrong about all of this stuff. Okay, let's get the solder out of these holes. To do that, I can either use the solder sucker or desoldering braid. I guess I'm going to use desoldering braid. It's a little bit more cinematic for y'all. Yeah, I've only seen the Pine. I don't even remember what I saw with the Pine Sil. Was it good? That's good soldering iron? Was it nice? I don't know. Actually, I don't really want to solder it like this because that's too close to the board, the backing that I have here. The backing that I have is a cutting mat. It's not a soldering mat. It's not a silicon mat. I don't like silicon because it sucks up all the dust. Dust sticks to it a little too much. So I have a cutting mat that's meant to like heal itself when it cuts stuff, when you cut stuff on it, but it's not good for temperature. A little bit of temperature and it just completely, you know, melts. So it's an expensive mat too because it's so big. Why isn't this working? Curse you. What are you doing here? I guess I'm gonna have to do it from the other end because all of these are sucked in because of the way that I removed the pin header. So if I do it this way, at least I can get to the stuff where all the stuff is hanging out and it'll desolder into the braid. Theoretically. Why are you fighting me like this? There it goes. Ta-da. I just do that with every single one. That one's not cooperating. Let's go capillaries. Yeah. Capillary, capillary. I want to get the most heat contact on this thing so that I can heat everything up to soldering temperature quickly. The longer I put it on there, the more prone to losing the pad I am. I guess I got to move to a different area. I probably took a lot of the flux off with it when I smacked it against the table. Let's add a little solder to that and then we can remove it again. I was given a Pace MTS 300 that needs some TLC. Need to get on that. Yeah, it's a nice iron. Like, Pace makes good stuff. I don't know about that specific model, but it sounds like it's got more number than my number. So it might be the model up from this one. The tips are nice and cheap too. I mean, they're death by $1,020 cuts, but some of the tips last very long. They're decently made. I won't say well made. They're decently made. Look at that capillary action in action. Beautiful. Leaves it like new. I'm going to move to a different area so I get a little bit more capillary. Can't really see what's going on, but I assume something's happening. So this is like, people ask, why don't you add flux? Look at all this flux that I have available to me, and I have not added flux to the system. That is because I have rosin core solder, and that brings with it a lot of flux. I don't need to drown myself in flux. Drown my sorrows in solder flux. That's too much weird stuff. The desoldering wick is from Chemwick, or it's called Chemwick. Hold on a sec, we'll look in just a second. Give me a minute. Let the man cook. I did fajitas last night and they were awesome. No sauce packet, even though it was white people taco night. White people taco night. That one's fighting me. I might add some to it. So this is Solder Wick by Chemtronics. It's good stuff. When you find a good solder wick, you stick with that brand, because there are some bad solder wicks out there. They just don't work. Might be cheap, but the cost you save will be spent in frustration. I'm going to add a little solder to these too. What adding solder does is it allows the solder to it allows you to get heat into the pin. And when you get heat into the pin, everything will flow, and then surface tension will pull it away. So if I do this, add a little bit of solder, now I can get into the via with all the heat, and it'll wick away as a big clump instead of just like a thin bubble coating. Basically, you're popping the bubble. See that? Y'all just let me cook. That one did it again. Oh, I see. I ran out of capillary. Ran out of capillary stuff. Yes. Damn it. Bought an expensive wick from a local store chain, and they never worked. One of them worked regardless of thickness or added flux, but the moment I placed a large bulk order on the cheapest Goodwick clone I found on Ollie, those turned out really good. Huh. A little low in flux. Interesting. Oop. Yeah, you can luck out. I mean, you can luck out with cheap stuff. I just bought this stuff because it's the same stuff that I used at my job, and those dudes were serious about their soldering. They had some good tools, and it taught me a lot about some of the stuff that I missed out on. I went to school for control systems and robotics, and they didn't stress a lot of this sort of physical stuff. There's kind of, academia has a big like hole in this stuff. I think they've made up for it since then, and they do a lot more like maker oriented things now in college. You know, it's a lot more accessible nowadays, but it wasn't when I was a kid, when I was in school. And getting a job where they did more of the physical stuff really opened my eyes, because like this is stuff that I was doing since I was a kid. I just never had the professional techniques and training and stuff. And then YouTube came along. And now there's a billion tutorials about everything. And so a lot of my online presence, I like gearing around teaching the cool techniques. So yeah, if I hold heat here for a little bit, you can see the solder kind of sinks in. And then if I get the Chemwick on it, and let that soak in for a little bit. There we go. Hold that there. When I had bad wick, I used a full Used a dull fingernail file to scuff up the surface and started working again. Would they use like shellacked motor wire or something? That's one thing I have not been able to crack is being able to use motor wire in stuff. Because I have a lot of trouble removing the end piece. I've done it with a microfile. I think that's the best result that I've had, is using a microfile in order to remove the shellac on a motor wire. I've tried all the other techniques, like dipping it in solder and doing all that kind of stuff, and none of it is just like good at removing that until I used an actual file to remove it. Motor wire. Ow, that's hot. Ow, just poked myself. It's wire from a motor. What this is there's a layer of shellac on the wire, and that insulates it against itself so that they can wind it around the windings of a rotor or stator. But yeah, so you wind the motor around, and it's motor wire. It's just shielded wire that has a heat-resistant shellac on it. Well, if you that's like a sci-fi word that you're making up. Kynar, you just made that up. That's a sci-fi word. What about Zilfolax wire? I am detecting earthlings. Magnet wire. Yeah, that's the name. Magnet wire is another way to, yeah, totally. I mean, you're probably right. It probably is Kynar wire. I've just never heard of that before. I've just never heard of that before. Look at this thing. It's working great right now. And just keep in mind to move up the wick as it gets full of solder. And that keeps it nice and fresh and keeps that capillary action moving. And since we just added the solder in, there's a lot of flux sitting around. Wire wrap wire is different. Wire wrap wire has, it's not a high temperature coating on it, so you end up melting the jacket if you apply solder to wire wrap wire. Kynar is used for wire wrap. I see, I see. All right, let's get all that flux out of there. That's disgusting. Disgusting. And we do that with Q-tips. One sec, I gotta go get Q-tips. Oh, Kynar's high temperature wire wrap wire. Okay. You just got that out of a sci-fi book. I don't believe you. You're talking to me about like Klingon shit. It's some kind of new disruptor. I don't believe you. Why are you removing that solder? It wasn't harming anybody. It was just, it was my favorite solder. Why did you take that from us? I'm removing it because we're putting the TC 4.1 in perpendicular to where that microcontroller was. Console modders like Kynar. Okay. I should maybe try some out for bodge jobs then. If the console people are using it, it's probably easy to use. A little bit of goof off, a little bit of Q-tip scrubbing. Be good as new. Without all that irritating flux all over the place. I am not Louis Rossmann. I do not breathe flux. Are we using low melt? Look, I have no problem with lead-free solder. Limiting your exposure to lead in this hobby is very important. In spite of the fact that my chat will just go on and on about how you should be like drinking lead and how it's not that bad. There's one study, there's one singular study that disproves it, that lead is fine and you should be eating it every day. It's part of your diet. One study. It's like, that's not research, but for some reason everybody bashes lead-free solder, and mostly it's the old guys who don't like change, and they say it's not as pretty, it's not as shiny. Who cares? It doesn't flow right. Who cares? If you up the temperature of the iron sufficiently, you are more prone to lifting pads. You got to be careful about that. But if you up the temperature of the iron sufficiently, the newer formulations of lead-free solder are fine, and you're limiting your exposure to lead. So you're not as much of an angry old man at the end of the day who has their brain leaking out of their ears because of lead. I misordered the spools of solder. I use partially leaded solder. Now, it is easier for rework. It is slightly lower temperature. I have even lower temperature stuff though. It's called Chip Quick. It's expensive, but Chip Quick, you add to the solder, it stays molten so long that if you're removing like a surface mount part, you're like, okay, let me get Chip Quick here. I'll get Chip Quick over here. Get some over here. All right, last bank of pins, and then we'll heat them all up. Chip Quick over here. Oh, the chip fell off. Like, Chip Quick is amazing for low temperature stuff and getting, you know, parts off. But anyway, so low lead or no lead solders are great. They're great. They're wonderful. They're removing a lot of the lead off of a hobby that involves a lot of chemicals. Hobby or jobby, depending on where you take this stuff. There's a lot of chemicals around, and it's not good to breathe them. I have a big fan at my butt. It's basically shoved up my butt a little bit. That fan is blowing all of these fumes away and dissipating them throughout the rest of the room. It's a big fan. I tried to order leaded solder on Amazon, even looked for lead on the sticker of the pack. I got unleaded solder every time. This stuff is Kester. Kester, I think it has the, I don't have the specific number because it ripped off of this one. But I use Kester solder, and it's good. It works great. Most of what I do is 30 to 40-year-old computers on various garbage that is prone to delaminate. So every few degrees Celsius I can shave off is good, thus leaded. Yeah, I mean, they're great. Everybody has their hyper-focused specific examples of why they need to be literally chewing on lead. But let's be honest, the handling of solder, the heating up of solder, it's all going to expose you to lead. It might not be like prominent exposure. It's not pouring lead down your throat, but it is that little bit of exposure over time, you know, contact with the fingers, the heating of the now, obviously there's a very low lead component to what you're heating up. That smoke is not filled with lead, but if there's any component of lead to that smoke, I don't want it getting into my body, you know? Like that's important. And I'm not, you know, far be it for me to be the safety preacher around here. I'm the one that's doing cuts on the bandsaw without any safety equipment, while you guys mule and scream about how I should be wearing goggles and Kevlar and chainmail gloves and all that stuff. That's, you know, I'm not a super safety person, but I do know that exposure over time is very bad for you. And so limiting the lead is good, and the formulations of unleaded solder are fine now. It's just these people tried it immediately during all of the no lead mandate stuff, and they said this stuff is awful. And it was terrible back then, but now it's good. They've got better formulas. This is, listen, this is not a safety goggle. This is not safe. This is not safety goggle. It basically blocks from things that are coming straight at your eyes from in front of you. That's it. That does not constitute safety. If you got to wear goggles, you got to wear real goggles. Glasses don't count. And I have real goggles if I ever need to use them. Remember being told, don't hold the solder for too long? Pretty sure we had leaded solder back in school, and it was 10 years ago. 10 years ago, you probably had unleaded solder. You should have had unleaded solder, unless it was left over from years and years ago, because 10 years ago was about, a little over 10 years ago was when the lead-free stuff started coming out. And to have it in schools, goddamn, I really hope that they go no leaded. The thing about the unleaded solder is you need a little bit more temperature, and the problem with more temperature is that when you add high temperature to these very cheaply held on circuit board pads, you can tend to lift the pad if you hold heat for too long. You do need to hold heat for a little bit on the solder joint because you have to allow the solder to wick in. So, I mean, it's, you know, it's give or take. There's push-pull to the whole thing. Oh, Jesus. Is this exactly the right number of pins? Wait a minute. Oh, my God, it is. What? Wait. Oh, that was lucky. What the heck? Random piece of leftover header was exactly the number of pins. That's great. Lead-free was mandated in 2006. Yeah, so it should have been leftover solder. I mean, you don't go through solder very quickly. These are 2-pound spools, And now that I've doubled up my solder usage by having thick and thin, because of all the surface mount stuff, I bought thinner solder. It doesn't quite work with this reel. If I pull on this too hard, it will break. But this allows me to be a little bit neater on the surface mount stuff. This is the size that I traditionally use for literally everything. And the spool lasted for 5, 6, 7 years of daily soldering. So how about temp to the components? It's not really something that you generally consider when you're soldering stuff on a hobby level. On a factory level, you'll tend to, everything is a statistical game. So keeping things within the data sheet's specification for temperature shifting makes it so that statistically you're more likely to not have a piece of equipment die due to heat. There's a lot of words, and I had to kind of like figure out what I was saying at the end there. You know, statistically, you have thousands of chips going through. One of them might be a little lower quality. If you stay within the tolerances within the data sheet, you can tell the company, we did, and we got them failing, and the company goes, oh no, and then they compensate for something, right? So if you do soldering like this, just to individual components, I generally don't worry about adding too much heat to a component. I've never had a component die due to heat that I know of. 0.63 millimeter, I don't know what I have right here. This is Kester 0.4. So 0.4 and I think 0.6 or something like that. Jackie Codes rating with a party of 76. Oh, get it on. 76ers. Charles Barkley, me Larry Bird. What's going on? How you guys doing? Welcome to Philadelphia. This is my, oh God, I shouldn't have bashed that this way. This is my shop. This is where I build stuff with electronics. And we're actually doing some building with electronics today. Howdy do. Oh my goodness. Hey, thank you for the raid. Yeah, welcome everybody. Solder me some multiplayer. I guess I can try. I don't know what that is. Okay, so what are we doing? Welcome to my shop. We're in Philadelphia. I'm allowed to say Philadelphia, even though I'm a little bit outside of Philadelphia, but we won't talk about that, and maybe everybody will be ignorant to it. I live in a house with some people, and I have literally everything I own in one room that used to be a gym. This used to be a gym. I put a bunch of bullshit on the walls, and then I took it over as my electronics shop. We do cool stuff here. Generally, it's sort of an organic exploration of projects that I'm interested in at the time. At the moment, we're working on modular synthesizers. And I have two friends who are musicians, and they have modular synthesizers, and they keep plugging them in wrong. They keep plugging them in wrong, and they keep breaking their modules. So we started to fix this M303 module that Dave plugged in wrong. The plug in the back for the power had the ability to be plugged in any orientation. And there were no protections in the power supply. So these things break a lot, actually, out in industry. These things, these modular synthesizer guys, they get these modules and they go, oh, this is awesome. I'm going to get really high and plug this into my synthesizer. And they go to plug it in, and there are no labels and no instructions on the circuit board. The circuit board's over there. There are no labels or instructions on the circuit board, and if you plug it in a little bit wrong, it blows up. And so they blow these things up. And so that's how this thing, well, I don't think Dave was high. I won't say for either way, but Dave plugged it in wrong. Totally understandable that a consumer would be able to plug it in wrong with no instruction and no labeling. And a plug that has to be plugged in a little bit weird. I'll show you guys. I'll show you how this is supposed to be plugged in, and you guys can tell me whether or not you think that this is kosher for somebody to build into a product. Where's that circuit board? Here it is. And then the power plug for it is right here. So I will ask you, I will challenge you, chat, to tell me on this power header here. All right, we're plugging into that power header right there. I reversed these for the testing phase. We've been reverse engineering this whole circuit board. This is the brain of the M303. So right here, either of these are the power plug for this modular synthesizer module. And I have to plug in this plug. Now you may say, hey, oh bother, why don't you just plug it in like this? Shouldn't that be fine? Should be a keyed pin. There is no label. There's what looks like a couple jumpers, but there's no other markings on this except for a condescending smiley face. You are supposed to plug this thing in like this. That's how you're supposed to plug it in. If you don't plug this in like this. You are putting 12 volts, a bunch of grounds, minus 12 volts, positive 12 volts, minus 12 volts, and 5 volts into the wrong pins. The reason that you're supposed to plug it in like this is because this is a bus plug, and this buses the signals out to the other acidlabs.de modules. The only way that you can know this is if you have the manual for this product, which gets lost immediately because it keeps getting resold. You know, you buy one, you use it for a little while, and you sell it to your buddies. Or you could look it up online and find in a forum that this is where you're supposed to, this is how you're supposed to plug it in. It gets worse the more you explain it. Yeah, I was shocked. I actually offered Dave to plug in what's called a keywayed connector. This has a housing on it that has a keyway. Your typical IDC, this is called IDC. It's a insulation displacement cable. When you put these things together, what you do is you smash it down on these pins, and these little pins here, they displace the insulation of the flat cable and give you a connection. But they've got a keyway on them. They got that big old bump. They got that bump going on. Look at that bump. Look at that donkey bump. Look at that bumpy bump. It's got junk. That's what that is. Look at that junk right there. Look at that. Yeah, that's good stuff. And that little pin right there is designed to protect you from your own stupidity. This is actually the typical plug in a modular synthesizer. You have 5 volts. Basically, the banks. Where's the pointing device? Where's the pencil? I got too much stuff on the desk. An arrow to pin 1. Yeah, this has an arrow going to pin 1. Same thing on the housing. We've got an arrow going to pin 1. Come on. Where's it? Come back here. Arrow going to pin 1. And we have a housing that keeps us from plugging it in wrong, and it's got a nice big old gap where that tab is supposed to go. And I'll tell you right now, in spite of all of those protections, these still get plugged in backwards. So what you do is you put 2 what are called Schottky diodes on the plus and minus 12 volt lines, so that if you plug this in wrong, the diodes go, I'm not letting that current through, and it protects the rest of your stuff. The way modular synthesizers work is you have a minus 12 volts on these 2 pins, then this pin, and this pin are ground, and then you have plus 12 on these, and then the 2 next to it are 5 volts. But people typically don't really use 5 volts, so you can have these smaller plugs plugged into your modular synthesizer. I've plugged these things in backwards before. So you give the consumer every opportunity to do things correctly. So we've been doing modular synthesizers for a little while. The big draw to this channel in the past, and we'll get that running soon. There's going to be a whole like software thing that we need to do, but the typical, and if I'm going to do the soy jack or whatever the fuck face, I'll do this and go, oh. That is burn the subs. That is a big plank of wood that's sitting on my wall, and it is hooked up to an XY table. And that XY table is designed to put the names of subscribers into a database and then burn their name onto a plank of wood. We've had 2 other versions of this in the past. I've been partnered since 2019, and the board was part of helping me get partnered. So in 2019, I partnered. I've been streaming since then, and we've had 2 boards come out of here with thousands of names on each board. It looks like a big word cloud of some of the filthiest, raunchiest screen names on Twitch. Hey! Frumius Bandersnatch, which is a very fun name to say. Thank you for subbing with Prime. I thought you were just building a massive subwoofer. No, we're not making a subwoofer. We have worked on a subwoofer before here. I had a friend of mine subwoofer give out on him, and so he gave me his subwoofer, and we went through the subwoofer, and we tried to figure out what was wrong with it, because it wasn't subwoofing. But what I ended up finding was a broken trace on it somewhere. It was kind of crazy. But anyway, we're working on a modular synthesizer testing module. We work on all kinds of other stuff. This is the big guy, burn the subs. Once I get the module testing module done, it's a big project. Once I get that done, we'll skip over to burn the subs and finish up basically wiring. And once everything is wired together and we get, where are the subscriber boards now? They are actually the backdrop for my gaming PC. So over here, I don't want to show you guys too much of what's on my desk. I don't know if there's anything stupid on my desk. Actually, I cleaned off my desk. There shouldn't be. But they're a backdrop for the computer desk. which is kind of a mistake because the monitors are blocking a lot of it. This should probably be like a side piece for the desk. But then this became part of holding up my speakers. So it's all, I don't know, I can't alter anything. That's the modular synthesizer over there. That's the thing that we're kind of working on. By building this testing module, I will be able to tune and test all this stuff and make sure it works. Not to mention fix Dave's module. So yeah, the subscriber boards are over here. They're a backdrop for the gaming PC. We haven't done a gaming stream in like 2 years. I'll do one at some point. We'll jump into a game. Maybe it'll just be My Summer Car again. But we need to, we need to get back to that. I need to get back to some of that stuff. Kind of like bathroom graffiti. It does look a little bit like that, and I wanted it to look kind of like that as well. It's just like a bit of a word cloud of screen names on Twitch. And supposedly, part of my inspiration was that banana that some maker created. A little maker channel guy created a banana that would just read comments in chat. And it got rated by, I think, like Tyler, whatever. And they're a bit more of one of those edgelordian channels. And so the little edgelordians living on their little edges, their little tiny edges on their little tiny molehills, decided to be racists, as I guess those types are prone to do. And so the banana was racist, which is funny, but also not allowed on Twitch. And so they got banned, and they came back stronger from the ban. But in the back of my mind was the banana. And I was thinking, if I make a bot that puts names into a database, I do not want, or puts content into a database, I do not want to facilitate that sort of thing. We're not turbo racists. We enjoy a little bit of comedy, but not at the expense of somebody's dignity. Mostly my dignity. If it's going to be dignity, it's going to be my dignity that's on the table here. So, I don't want that kind of content. And I thought, well, what about usernames? Twitch polices usernames, right? They do a little bit. They do a little bit, but there are some things that ended up on those boards that I don't think I would wish on my worst enemies. Or maybe I would, because they would be into that sort of thing, but there was some pretty interesting stuff ended up on the board. They do, theoretically. So that's actually where the board becomes more interesting, because the stuff that's awful ends up from the fringes, and you get to see how people are working through that sort of a problem, how they're going through that sort of black hat, vulnerability, exploration, and exploitation. So Burn the Subs is not dead. We will bring it back up eventually. I'm not rushing. I'm trying to do a good job on it. We have a new controller on there. We have an old Raspberry Pi. I think that's fine. We don't need anything better. And then, what are you talking about? Please don't. Oh, I see. It's not a beautiful poem, but it's deep. Okay, I get it now. You guys don't have to worry about comedy. Please don't try to be the comedian. Handles just mean something different. Yeah, we came up with a whole new subset of curse words now because advertisers said, "Ew, we don't like that. Oh, they're gonna not like our content." And they decided that curse words were wrong. Whereas I love Twitch because we could curse and people would support the channels directly, and everything was sort of like, it was like a public television station without morality policing. But now that advertisers are invading every single feasible space of human interaction, we now have to have morality police. It's annoying. But anyway, saying weird words in lieu of swear words? I don't know. Okay, so right now we're working on the module testing module. Oh yeah, and one of the other projects that I've done is RC cars, because I'm a giant man baby. I'm a huge bearded man baby on Twitch. I really enjoy being a man baby, but I kind of need to find hobbies that like girls like. Maybe I could go to like a con, like do a cosplay instead of just doing like man baby stuff. This is like man baby stuff. Come on. But anyway, I'm a car guy. I love cars. I love working on cars. I like old cars. I found that during the pandemic, because I don't have room in my current living situation, I don't have room for a project car. You need to find a car girl. It's like finding a gamer girl. Like, come on, man. What? You live in the land of unicorns if you think that's easy to do. All right, so anyway, RC cars. Oh, they exist, no doubt. And I can put an ice cream cone on a pony and call it a unicorn. They exist. They exist. Gamer girls are great. They're beautiful people. But they don't want anything to do with me, and that's fine. Anyway, so here, RC car, pandemic, everybody's stuck indoors. I think, well, I can drift around a little RC car, and then I can work on that instead of ruining my real car. So I got a little tiny RC car, and I worked on it, and I 3D modeled it a bunch, and we worked on it a bunch on stream. And then, for some reason, my 3D model had error after error after error after error after error in it. Everything was inaccurate. Nothing worked together. Everything sucked, and I just abandoned the whole thing. And then at that point, I looked at Atomic SZ2, the Atomic SZ2 frame. This is something that Short Lurker linked me to because he's a little bit more in tune with the RC car stuff. And I looked at it and I said, $200, I'm never going to get one of those. Oops. Yeah, so I was like, what is it like to have a real chassis instead of a cheap chassis? Maybe I could use that to drift around RC cars. And so I bought the chassis. We built it on stream. So it's a tax write-off. I got it all together with all of my nicest stuff. And I discovered that this thing goes way faster than anything that I've ever experienced before, to the point where it seems to be racing on a bed of glass. You actually have to down-tune the motor. You have to buy a lesser motor so this doesn't go too fast, and you can actually control it. And so I've been working on controlling it, and I've been working on doing cool stuff with it, like putting a body on it. Most of the bodies for RC cars are some such type of super-duper car, and I wanted to have a frumpy little cute car or something old. And I looked around at Thingiverse, and I looked around at GrabCAD and all the different car models that are available. You're better off buying a car model because there's more variety. But I found a low poly Lancia Monte Carlo, and I've just been kind of running with it. What I've been doing lately is trying to make custom 3D printed magnet hangers. These are little magnet connectors that have 3 pins. They're little pogo pins. So you snap it together, and now you have 3 pins of connectivity to your body, and your body can just be plucked off of the model. So I've been working with our new gloopy 3D printer, or whatever you call it. I forget what it's called. It is a resin printer. There's an easier name for that, but it's super duper accurate and it's super duper high quality. This is also on the back of me discovering that you can buy broken 3D printers online. SLA, that's the acronym that I keep looking for, and it just leaks out of my ear every time I think of it. You can buy broken 3D printers, and the thing about an SLA printer is there are only so many components to it. There is an expensive LCD screen that does like movie quality monochrome LCD stuff. They're basically, I believe they go into like big projectors where you're mixing, it like makes the different colors of light and sends them through their individual LCDs and then combines them and projects them. I think that's what those are for, but they've used them in these 3D printers. So you get really high quality screen, and this is what's in an SLA printer, really high quality screen. You have a controller that's hooked up to the screen. Screens are weird. It's like impossible to figure out what the pinout is on a screen. It's very proprietary. You have to like go through the manufacturer. And then you have like a tub that's full of liquid. You have a mirror. You have an ultraviolet lamp, and then you have a motion system to pick it up and put it down, and that's it. That's all there is to these printers. That's it. Very simple. It makes a lot of sense. It's a really cool type of printing. Most of what the man babies do with their SLA printers is print out figurines. You know, they do the anime titty figurine, and they can go, oh, my waifu, I love you. Well, no, SLA printing is very clean until it isn't. You make one mistake, you know, you have to get down a routine, and I have a routine on exactly how I'm supposed to remove the print, move it over, get it to the ultrasonic cleaner, get it back from the ultrasonic cleaner. If I do everything to the T, it's very clean. When it's not clean, it is very not clean, and you're dealing with like chemicals that get under your fingernails, gotta wear gloves, all that stuff. I wanna go, oh my waifu, time to get a 3D printer. You weren't supposed to get inspiration. This is like Tyler Durden. You weren't supposed to idealize. Wait a minute. I've made a huge mistake. I've made a huge narrative mistake. But yeah, so it's clean until it isn't, and it makes extremely accurate plastic models, right? Extremely accurate. And so I figured, you know, we can buy one broken. We can figure out what's wrong with it. It shouldn't be that hard to do. If the screen's broken, I'm toast. what this eBay auction site does is they will sell you two. They want you to buy them in pairs because you use the parts from the two and you put them together and make a working 3D printer. That's too easy. I decided to buy one, and I told them, hey, I'm a streamer boy. So we advertised them. They're like an eBay thing out of Las Vegas, I believe. We advertised them pretty well. And I told them I was a streamer boy, and I think they sent me one that was barely broken because they said the UV light flickered on it. And my experience looking at it was that the UV light was rock solid. It's the connection onto the main controller board. We just kind of jiggled the wires a little bit and tightened some stuff up, and it was perfect. So now I have this really good SLA printer, and I've been trying to crack the RC car body nut. It's been difficult because parts of it have been peeling up from the bed at like weird angles and stuff. I've been trying and trying. The problem, I'm wearing the same shirt. Do you shop at Duluth? Listen, they make good fat guy clothes, all right? And so my fat body fits into this shirt, and it doesn't look like a picnic table. I've donned a picnic table. But anyway, so did you get the Streamer Boy hookup? Maybe. It's unconfirmed whether or not I got the Streamer Boy hookup. I don't get a lot of hookups and sponsors and stuff. We're a pretty small channel here. I guess I could ask. And then the mantra is, the worst they could say is no. And I get an email that just says, ew. Duluth Trading Company mentioned. They build clothes that don't blow up as soon as you put them on, all right? I've had cheap jeans. I used to shop at Old Navy. And you buy a pair of jeans from Old Navy, and you put them on 3 times, and then they blow up at the seam. There's something to be said for the types of stitching that are used on clothing, and my family knows that kind of stuff. My dad especially knows that kind of stuff, so he keys me into the good stuff. So, okay, so anyway, my giant picnic table clothing aside, I shop at Big and Tall store. If their name has been around that long, they're probably pretty decent. We've been trying to get SLA printing working. The problem is this is not a very streamable project because the amount of CAD that I do like 1 or 2 things in CAD, and then it's 4 hours of printing between iterations of the body. I've had trouble getting it to stick, and I'm still getting over it. There's a print in the printer right now that I gotta clean up after stream, but I want those magnet hangers in there and be able to plonk the body down because I want to race it around. I finally actually got it to fit using a combination of Blender and Fusion 360. I was able to sort of take the low number of polys and manipulate this thing into fitting onto an RC car. So that's the type of stuff we do here. That's basically why I was talking about that. This is fresh on my mind because I've been working on it all yesterday. I did a little bit of soldering though. We're making our way towards having a working thing. Yeah, waiting for it. It's not the hard part, but it is a part that's annoying because you do your little iteration. You try to do as much as you can to the model, but you don't want to change too many things because if you're taking a gamble on something, that's a 4-hour delay. Do you video the printing? No, I don't. I could do that and then replay the printing on stream. The SLA printing is not as exciting to watch because it has to lower itself into a bed, and so there's this lip on the bed where stuff would be happening that you can't see. You wouldn't be able to see it. Yay, shells. What, the 3 seashells? Let's put some pins on an Arduino. We can solder and talk at the same time. That ends up being what a lot of the content here is soldering and talking. I think I'm running out of the particular type of pin that I need, though. Not really running out. I've got another bin that's full of them. We'll see. We'll see. I think I can find everything I need in here. That's 1 row. This thing is huge, so it's going to take up a lot of these. An extra camera? Who would possibly have an extra camera to put on like a 3D printer or something? That's ridiculous. I'm not just made out of cameras. If I had a wazoo, there would be cameras coming out of it. Now, I have a handful of cameras, and every single one is super necessary for the stream. Oh, look, I wonder if Stoffrigan planned the amount of pins based on pin headers. I wonder if the designer of this chip did that, because that's 2 of these that have been the exact length, and I think that may be the max length of this type of header that I bought. That's interesting. What project are you working on? The same thing we've been working on for months. Unfortunately, this is a fairly involved project. It's a modular synthesizer testing module. We're using a VFD, a vacuum fluorescence display, to do all of the functions of this thing. It's going to look really cool when it's done. And we've got 6 I/O, 6 inputs and outputs on this thing that are assignable. They're assignable so that I don't have to do all that work up front to figure out what kind of signal's coming out of it. And that will finally allow me to test Dave's M303 and finish reverse engineering and fixing it. Because there's potentially another one of these in the mail on the way here. I'll have to remember what that chip was. I forget a lot of these things. I got it all written down in MS Paint files on the file server, though. But yeah, we have been working steadily to get this thing together. This is a culmination of both copying another design to a point, like the basis of it. 6 channels is basically all that's left of Emily Gillette's module testing module, although her input-output circuits from a 3-volt microcontroller are well in effect in this thing, as well as, and it's not just her circuit, it's actually other people's circuits for doing the I/O monitoring, having an LED be bidirectional and be able to actually give us a readout of what the voltage input or output is. That's a fairly common thing, but it is part of Emily Gillette's design. It's where I got that from Mutable Instruments, but that's what's going on in here. And then the boost circuits with the 10-volt reference are going to be used for our O and our I. And that's all here. It's going to be muxed together with a max 333 and a max 309 that'll be able to drop our input on any of the channels. And also these exist at plus minus 12 volts, so they're able to replicate whatever comes in or out of the channel. It's a nice little bit of isolation. Yeah, and then we've upgraded to a Teensy 4.1 being the brain of the whole operation. The Teensy 4.1 is going to have so much power that it will be yawning at the prospect of controlling this thing. However, I do have an SD card slot now, so what I'll be able to do is put some of the graphics and stuff in bitmap format and put it on the card, and then the microcontroller can read from that and generate the graphics for the display. That will be pretty cool. But first, we need to put headers onto a microcontroller board that does not have headers. You don't need to buy a microcontroller with headers on it. It's actually, this is a development board. You don't even need to plug this in to a circuit for it to do stuff. You can plug an SD card in there and work off of that. Whatever. But this is a development platform. So this thing takes USB in, it makes 3 volts, it has 5 volts available. It's not 5 volts compatible. You can put all your 3-volt devices into this all day. It runs at 600 megahertz. This thing can hold all of your code and it can do your homework. This thing is insane. So when we have a development platform like this, we need to put it onto something where we can remove it from the circuit, because someday maybe I want to end of life this whole thing and I want to keep this $30, $40 just brutally powerful microcontroller. I understand nothing, but that's because I don't know nothing about modular synths. Yeah, neither do I. I know about this stuff. I know soldering and I know building circuits, but apparently modular synthesizers are pretty cool. And so my friends have wanted me to be able to test their devices. When we solder headers onto these things in order to use them, like if you're not putting this into like a cosplay thing or whatever, it's not in a specialty application, it's good to have pin headers on it because that way you can plug it into solderless breadboard. Solderless breadboard allows you to play around with circuits without permanently attaching anything. Perforated prototyping board was typically the step after solderless breadboard. We have been breadboarding this project for quite a while. We got all the disparate circuits functioning individually and working with the Teensy 4. I decided to bring in the Teensy 4.1 because of the brutal amount of I/O that is now available to us. The two are the same thing. Teensy 4, Teensy 4.1. 4.1 has a massively larger number of pins brought out from the chip. This one over, where did it go? This one over here is basically just fewer pins being brought out of the chip. So if you don't need a ton of pins, this is fine. Takes up way less room, it's cheaper. This thing, a little bit more expensive, but you've got a brutal amount of I/O. That way I don't need to use a port expander. So yeah, when we're attaching headers to stuff, I prefer to plug it in to a solderless breadboard. And what that does is that allows you to square up your pins so your chip isn't soldered in crooked. I call this a chip, it's a development platform. So your development platform, doesn't end up soldered crooked. Very easy to kind of get this stuff wrong. So if you plug it into this, everything can settle in and be flat and square. And then you don't have to pull all your hair out trying to desolder stuff. Especially with a board like this. How would I desolder this thing? I don't know. I don't know how I would desolder it because there's so many small components in proximity to the pins. I would feel really bad using hot air. I think the best way to desolder this thing would be to use Chip Quick. And I shouldn't cut it with the flush cutters. The flush cutters end up cutting off center. These have little divots in them. It's hard to, let's brighten that up a little bit. Let's bring up the house lights on that one a bit. Okay, so these have little divots, right? They got these little divots to help you separate out the pins. But if you use the flush cutters, the flesh cutters, they are designed to cut asymmetrically. They cut on the edge over here. And so what ends up happening is you've got all this material over here, forcing your cut over to the side, and it'll end up cutting them wrong. So I either use mechanical means, and that's a little harrowing too. We went a little too deep there. I couldn't control that. So I think from now on, I really just need to use the wire strippers. Where do they go? Where are my wire strippers? I think they're on the other desk. Okay, my wire strippers are elsewhere, but they've got thinner blades that cut in the middle. That's the whole point. Anyway, we did that by twisting it a little bit, and it worked out, but it was almost ugly. This thing deserves only the best. We got about 500 pins to solder here, so what I'm going to do is place this thing into the solderless breadboard and make sure that everything's square and happy. Damn it. Okay, so maybe I need to do it this way. There, and then I like to have the big circular pad facing up on it because the way that these things unplug is that way. And I think that little cup right there is designed for the socket. So that's how I do these. Just like that. And this thing can drop down flat. I wonder if actually it's done so that it's easier to desolder. I wonder if it's easier to desolder the little cone than it is for the flat piece. Maybe I've been doing this wrong the whole time. It's possible that I've done this wrong the whole time, and I just am unaware of my ineptitude. Anyway, we got to solder a ton of these things, so let's get going with this. So I've got my 0.4 millimeter solder, and I've got a medium-sized tip so that I can deposit a lot of solder, so I can get the whole pad hot and allow solder to flow into all of the features. Can I ask you what kind of camera that is for macros? I'm doing a lot of soldering, and I would like to have a similar quality in picture. This is a very custom setup, and I'm not certain if you can get the Kurokesu enclosure. I needed something that was able to do the job of a webcam. And so over the years, I have sort of moved into what I have here. This is a Naga arm. So it's a Naga magnetic arm, typically for machining. It's not the best tool for this because this still wobbles like that. And a flat plate that's basically the base of a soldering iron that I screwed down onto the table. So I can move this and that way a little bit if I really need to. The Naga arm allows me to quickly position this thing and get it closer or further away from the actual thing that we are showing on screen. The camera is a Logitech webcam. You can buy these aluminum enclosures from a place called Kurokesu. And I hope they're still around. I think they're still around. I don't know if they're still selling the one for the Logitech C920, because this is a Logitech C920. You have to desolder a couple things, get it into this enclosure. Then you have a C-mount for the lens, and you can put any kind of a microscope lens on your C-mount. For me, the solution was a DSLR, an XS DSLR lens that I had sitting in a cabinet. I said, I should use this lens because I can take over this thing digitally, and I can actually have it automatically, like I could have a little focus control sitting on the desk. We tried to hack my XS lens, and we never got it to be hacked. It just didn't do what it was supposed to do. I don't know what I wasn't doing. We were digitally reverse engineering the lens, and we got really far with it, and it never came to fruition. So anyway, either way, I manually focus this thing, and I have my zoom on it as well. But the adapter is just a metal adapter from Amazon. It's a C-mount to Nikon, whatever the hell this thing is. It's a Nikon VR, I don't know. But it's just an adapter to the camera lens. What that ended up doing is the DSLR expects a larger image sensor and it expects a closer image sensor. So we macroed the lens by separating it here. Other methods of macro are flipping the lens around and doing it backwards. That's actually you get like a bellows that you can adjust, and then you have the whole thing on a vertical like motion table. I don't have all that stuff. This is a very custom setup. But the advantage of it being that I get about 2 feet of standoff here. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, about 23 American meat sausage fingers. Yeah, so that gives me a significant amount of standoff, and it allows me to work without being encumbered. I do the desk shelf thing. For me, the desk shelf thing is a very important facet of this. It's something that we used to have in the electronics labs. What that allows you to do is work on an oscilloscope and have your boss breathing over your neck. The hookup for the screen on the oscilloscope is really important, because then you can actually put the oscilloscope up here and your boss doesn't have to fucking breathe down your neck. It's fucking coffee breath. But I have my streaming setup in front of me right now, and I'm using OBS in order to make all these scenes and broadcast them. And as I do that, I have the video monitor in front of me. When I use the microscope, even off the air, I have it in front of me. I'm looking at the microscope image up here. That in itself, I'm like shouting at you, that in itself has me looking up instead of hunched over. And being hunched over is bad for thy back. So I have an anti-backiotomy scheme by having this thing up and in front of me, and then I'm not hunching over the electronics. I'm working like this. In the 3-letter agency electronics shop that I worked at, they had these microscopes that you see in a lot of sci-fi shows. They have a spinning lenticular lens inside of them. And what that does is that gives you 2 eyes in the microscope, and it gives you this sort of holographic image in front of you. So instead of being hunched into 2 eyepieces, you're sitting there with your back straight and you're viewing inside of a port that looks 3-dimensional. It gives you a lot of advantage over the setup that we have, because you have parallax. And you can buy those. I think one of the products is called Scorpion. It's like an inspection microscope. It's really good. You can buy those on eBay. They're a couple $100, but for what they are, they're really good. So if you're doing a lot of soldering, it's a consideration to look at that kind of stuff, because it's going to keep your back straight. The setup that I have here is a lot cheaper than that, by necessity. I had no choice. And I also need 60 FPS so that you guys don't complain about frame rate. So I also have a back injury from work. Oh, geez, no, I can't imagine. Yeah, so I do that, and then I have a camera. I have a Logitech Brio that's on a blue microphone arm with a custom spring. I went on the DigiKey catalog, and I found a spring that was the same size, but a different spring rate than the original spring, because the blue microphone is a chunk of aluminum that is almost completely useless, whereas the blue microphone arm is actually a pretty decent arm. It doesn't have all of the sliding pieces of aluminum that'll pinch your hand, and it doesn't have external springs. It has one internal spring that has a sheath around it as like a shrink wrap jacket. It's a good microphone arm, but it expects a much heavier microphone than a Logitech Brio. So the Logitech Brio is hung off of that, and then I've co-witnessed that with a thermal imager. So it is a Lepton 3.1 with a Group Gets webcam module on it. And that's what this camera is. And I control them with a Stream Deck, where I can control things like focus and scene, and I can do all kinds of cool stuff. Like I can do some of my very important overlays that are crucial to the stream and its integrity. Like, no, what is this? How did that one get in there? What is this? No, that's not, you guys weren't supposed to see, that's for something else. That was for something else. I can also do the, I can't really do this one very much because the music is actually probably copyrighted. I can't use this that much anymore, but like, what was the, carry the one, and then you wait a minute. I think, yeah, all that stuff is stolen, so that'll get me copyrighted very quickly. All right, anyway, back to work. Back to soldering. Oh man, streaming is so distracting. That was me at the Philadelphia Car Show, doing some important work. That was very important that I tested that in that manner. Very, very important work. Yeah, so I keep the Brio up on screen so that you guys can see the positioning of my hands, because one of the biggest things in soldering that people don't know, because everybody comes to me and they say, Bother, I wish I could do what you do, but my hands shake. And that's no excuse. 90% of the time, that's no excuse. I know there are everybody has exceptions, and everybody loves to mention an exception. But when I say that most people can solder, I mean it. And you might be an exception, but maybe you haven't fully tried what I'm talking about. If you shake a lot, I feel for you, and it's unfortunate, and I wish you could do this kind of work. But if you think that you shake too much to do this kind of work, give a thought to your hand positioning. What you need to do is anchor yourself on something. In order to keep my hands steady, I keep the entire bottom of my hand against the desk for doing this kind of stuff. Other times when I'm soldering up a little bit from there, I will position something like a pinky as an anchor, not directly in the path of the soldering iron, but I'll put it up against something, and then that will stabilize my hand and it'll keep me from shaking too much. A solderless board if you're shaky. I suppose so, but I mean, as much as makers, I don't consider those people, but anyway, as much as you consider, you know, I don't understand what it is with makers. They'll do something on a solderless breadboard and they will put it into implementation. They'll put it into like a wall. It's like, here's the circuit I made to monitor temperatures in my computer, and it's still on a solderless breadboard. It's like, take it to the next step before you install it as like a final installation. You're wasting potential. It super bugs me when I see that. It's great that people build stuff and get it to work, but it's like, those are parts that are meant to sit in a drawer waiting for the next project, not put into use. You smack it upside the head by accident and end up undoing your whole circuit. But yeah, so I mean, soldering, it's not terribly intimidating. You can do larger through-hole stuff and just, I mean, I don't know specific situations, but for the most part, getting yourself in a comfortable position where you're not craning your back over something, or sticking your face directly into the electronics. There's all kinds of stuff that you can use in order to view things that you're soldering from afar. And needlepoint has actually been kind of instrumental in getting some cheaper products out there. Like this thing is primarily for needlepointing, but it's a really great like adjustable magnifier that has a headlamp on it. That's actually really important that you have like a headlamp for doing this kind of stuff, because it gives you direct light on what you're working with. And like this thing, I would be using this if it were not for my microscope setup. This would replace my entire setup if I wasn't broadcasting. Not to mention the fact that when you wear something like this, you look pretty cool. Like this is pretty sweet looking. Like you look awesome. It's pretty cool. I look pretty cool right now. And I think that is an irrefutable thing, is that I look pretty cool. Like, these are awesome. Put these back. Those are for a rainy day when the microscope is broken. All the drone boys use them. I got those on like an Amazon deal day. Badass Bother. You know it. You know it. That's right. Can't argue with the results. All right, so pin for pin, I'm going through and I'm soldering. For those of you that don't know solder, and boy howdy, I had a chat member tell me, you know, why don't you not go over the basic stuff? Because we're all advanced here. And it's like, dude, I'm streaming for the people that don't know this stuff so that I can be a little bit of an eye-opener to them. What I'm doing is I am applying heat to the pin and the pad, and I want this iron to be at a particular angle to maximize the amount of connection between my iron, my heat source, and the pad. There's a wattage to the iron, and then there's an amount of heat inertia that you have inside of this device. So inside of the metal here. So the metal holds a certain amount of heat, and then the iron can provide additional heat. When you add a heat sink, it bleeds it away. So you size your iron accordingly, and a bigger iron is usually better at its job. But when I apply this at that angle, I'm heating up the pin and the pad and applying the solder to the pin and the pad. Now, if you don't want to hold it there as long, or if you have trouble transferring the heat in, sometimes I will touch off the solder right on the iron. And what that does is that deposits a little bit of that resin core, it deposits a little of that melty metal goodness, and it allows you to have a better interface between the iron and the pin, and it allows it to heat up a little better. So sometimes I'll miss, sometimes I'll hit it wrong, sometimes I need to do it out of necessity, but either way, I'm applying solder to the pad and not the iron. You don't want to drip solder down from the iron. I've seen a friend of mine do that before, and it was a heartbreaking moment. With pins like this, if you want really good solder adhesion, you kind of hold it there a little longer, and it'll wick down into the via. Wick down into the via and get kind of on the underside of the board. I have a feeling that the underside of the board is not seeing a lot of this solder. But then again, a lot of these pins, it's not like we're pushing a lot of current out of these pins. These are 1 amp, I believe, capable. We're never going to get near an amp on these things. 1 amp of current. Current and voltage. Current and voltage are hand in hand. V equals IR. Current being the amount of electrons that you're trying to transfer from thing to thing, and voltage being the amount of anger that these stank nasty electrons have. If they're all stanked up and they really want to go fast, then you've got a lot of voltage on your hands, and they're able to like skip stuff and all that stuff. And then if you have a huge number of these little bastards, then you've got a lot of amps, and you need thicker stuff in order to keep it from heating up like a resistor. No, we don't have a whole amp from these GPIO. It's these pins that I believe can carry an amp. Like DB connectors are so good. DB connectors can go up to like 5 amps. It's insane. Moving along, continuing the soldering. One day we'll do something like building an enclosure for the SLA printer. I want to buy a bunch of UV screening stuff, that like plastic, and maybe I'll need a couple runs of longer maker beam, and we can build like an enclosure that has a lid that comes up for the UV printer. Right now, when I get the print out of there, I've got to remove this whole shell, and it's very annoying to kind of pick up and put down to the side. Not to mention the fact that the bottom of the shell, having been covered in resin because of the way the device, I believe what they did is they took a printer, a 3D printer off of their factory line and threw it into a cardboard box and then shipped it to me. So there was resin on every feasible surface of this thing. So the resin got on that lid, and then whenever I transfer the lid from the printer to the desk, because you need to have a big open area next to it, otherwise you're going to run into problems. So I transfer it over to the big open area on the desk, and it'll pick up like dog hair, and then it'll deposit dog hair in the reservoir. It's the worst. It's the worst. I've had dog hair in some of the clear prints that I did. Okay, let me read you guys. Got it on an Amazon Day special price. Yeah, that's the way to go with that kind of thing. You get the same exact pair. My mother bought the same pair off of Amazon too. I don't know if she saw it in my order history or what. She bought the same exact freaking pair of magnifiers from Amazon. They're good. They work really well. They're a little uncomfortable on the bridge of your nose, and you can kind of adjust that, but so shiny. Are you using leaded? Partially leaded. Leaded solder is not great to have. It does flow well. It works well. If you're going to be working with a lot of solder, you don't want to get leaded. You want to limit your lead exposure. I have partially leaded solder. I think that's okay. It's not safe. I'm still exposing myself to too much lead because I solder like daily, and I wash my hands afterwards. I go, when I end these stream, I go wash my hands. But this stuff is good. It's Kester solder. It was off of Amazon, but I bought 1 reel of it in like 2016, and I used it up by 2020, and then ordered these 2 reels that I use now. I do a lot of soldering though. I do a lot of soldering, so I go through it quite a bit. But a 2-pound reel of solder might last you a lifetime. The board can wick away heat. Yes, you can see it on the camera too. The actual board for the circuit and the breadboard beneath can keep you from overheating things. I would like to figure out how to get microscopy from one of these webcam modules, because I have another one. I have another one that kind of broke and got old. And so I could put that here if I could figure out what like infrared lens I'd need on it in order to get it to co-witness my microscope. You don't use a fume extractor. I do actually. First of all, the window's open and I have a giant floor fan. This thing that runs almost 24 hours a day in here is pointed at my back and it keeps air flowing around. So this is my fume extraction. It's not precisely extraction, but it does dissipate the fumes. Kester's Solid. Yeah, I didn't know much about the brand, but I think I've heard it before. I think I had heard it before. And the thing with stuff like this is the reason that we're so brand heavy is because there's a lot of cheap stuff out there for electronics. And if you cheap out, you end up paying for it in the long run. You end up wasting your time in frustration, or stuff doesn't quite work. Keeps the crack from sweating. It keeps all of my noodly appendages from sweating. Listen, I sit in friends' cars, sometimes even in the winter, and I will fog up my entire side of the car. I perspire. I don't know what it is. It's just genetics, I guess. I am constantly, there's just like steam coming off of me at all times. I work at such a high level. I use so much brain energy that I just emit. I don't know what it is. So I constantly have to have a fan on me. I'll have to play Frostpunk. Hopefully that keeps you from sweating too much. Oh my God, my dog's going psycho. There must be people outside. It's like a beautiful day here today, and I'm locked in the basement. Funny, I'm looking and I can't find Kester with a little lead. I can see lead free and the normal SN63PB37. SN60PB40 is what I'm using. 6040. So maybe that's what that is. I don't know. Maybe they just stopped carrying that stuff. Your name is legit fun to say. Oh, bother. It's, you know, when I came up with this channel, I was going to have a different identity. That's where the work verb design stuff comes in. Work verb design was an email account that I made specifically for the Reddit Millionaire Makers contest. Because I won the Reddit Millionaire Makers contest, and they're like, you need to like make a new email account for all the donations that you're going to get. It wasn't a significant amount of donations. It was $1,500, and it's what I used to purchase the drill press / mill that I have. But what that did is that ended up making me a separate account, and I said, you know what? It's high time I get into streaming. Once I got fired from the medical device design job, and I was like, all right, I'm going to get into streaming. I need a brand. And at the time, I had been working with Jack and Rich of Red Letter Media. I've actually personally worked on a project for those guys. They were working on their Project Hornet controller. And we had one other engineer on the job, and he did all the 3D design and printing. I didn't have any capacity to do 3D printing at the time. I can tell you right now that I have leveled up substantially in the capability and design ability and all that stuff with 3D printing. So nowadays, the thing that I could provide them with is much more advanced than what I could do in 2016. But yeah, so I came up with Oh Bother as a moniker on Twitch. Many years ago, I came up with it as a way to move away from the anime name that I had previously that I'm not sharing with you guys. And I moved away from the anime name, and I said, I'm going to do like something, I don't know, it's like, whatever. Whatever, I can't really think of anything good. And I thought, whatever is pretty much similar to Oh Bother, so I might as well just try Oh Bother. Oh, look, I got the name. So I got that screen name, and I made it sort of as an identity a long time ago, and stuck with it for a while, and it became my Twitch name. And then it came time to start streaming, and I said I'd better rebrand. But I was working with Jack and Rich on Project Hornet. And the very last previously recorded live, the last stream that Jack and Rich did when they decided to pull a Beatles and end early, their last stream, they had never given a single shout out. The rating system had only just been invented, and they decided that they were too tech unsavvy to raid into any channels. They didn't want to give that endorsement to anybody because it's actually got quite a bit of value from those guys. I mean, they're big names. I became the only channel that they ever shouted out to on previously recorded live. So if you watch that very last stream, that said, "Oh yeah, by the way, check out O'Bother, he's streaming." What did that mean? Absolutely fucking nothing. I got like no viewers from that. But anyway, so at that time I was just streaming to a couple friends, and I stuck with it for a while, and it eventually led to me partnering with a great concerted effort in 2019. So just as the pandemic was starting, December of 2019, I was able to partner. You ditched your waifu name. It wasn't a waifu name. I'll tell you that much. Your handle was a Big Bother. It should have been Big Bother. That would have been more sexual. But yeah, no, O'Bother ended up being the moniker because Jack and Rich endorsed it, and so I wasn't able to rebrand before streaming. Not to mention the fact that whatever I came up with probably wouldn't have been clever enough. I could have made iso-optolator. That was somebody, I said iso-optolator by accident one day when I was trying to say opto-isolator, which is an electronic component, and I said iso-optolator, and then somebody chose that as their screen name. Big Bother makes me think Big Brother. I get called Oh Brother enough anyway. But yeah, it wasn't after Winnie the Pooh. I only later discovered that that was a Winnie the Pooh thing, which is fine. I'm happy to make fun of Xi Jinping on my... I don't know. I'm sorry if I get you arrested in China. Pre-partner follow. Yeah. Yep. Well, that's what you got to do with first with streaming. You get your friends together and you stream to nobody. You stream to 0 viewers, and you hope that eventually your content speaks for itself. I was lucky enough that my content ended up, man, this many pins. This is a lot of pins. This is a lot of responsibility. Because, like, they look a little misaligned, don't they? There's no way that I'm fixing it if it is. So many pins on this thing. I'm just very annoyed that this USB header is offset. I'm going to have to choose 2 of the pins. I guess pin 2 and 3, I'll just bridge horizontally over to the D- and D+ pins, and I'll reassign them. What's an optolator? An opto-isolator is an optical isolator. Basically, instead of sending a voltage, you send a light signal, and that gets detected on the other end. And they're pretty fast. You can do a lot of stuff with them. What that means is that you're fully isolating whatever signal you're sending. So if I have a digital signal, I turn it into a blinking infrared light, and then I have something picking up on that blinking signal, and that can send my data to the next part of my circuit. Yeah, they're losing the rights to it. And who knows who's being the mean one on that one. And we're losing Bible Thump to copyright. Ow. Basically the terms of the agreement that they came up with for using it have expired, and whatever is being done to renegotiate it isn't working out for the parties. So it'll be on BTTV or something. You'll be able to get it there. These are hard to plug in because they hurt. That's supposedly what's going on, but there's no concrete confirmation of that, right? That's what I read. I could be wrong. Yeah, light circuits. It's the same thing that you use on your TV. And you can make one. You can get a photosensitive transistor and an LED. And you can put them in a piece of shrink wrap. And actually, a lot of the stereo guys do that because it winds up warming up your audio, and it makes it into more of a... it's like a way to do... That's not cutoff, is it? I forget what you're doing with that. They have their specific name for it, but that's all it is an optical isolator. Optical isolators, though, you can find them in like super high speed versions too. And I actually have somewhere in my parts, I have an RF isolator. So it's a circuit that has something that makes a high frequency radio wave and something that detects the high frequency radio wave. And what that does is that gives you a gap in your circuit. And so if you have something that gets plugged into, like for instance, MIDI loves using optical isolators. That's because there's all kinds of voltages running around on a stage. If you plug something in, if you shock it with static electricity by accident, that little spark gap can save your sensitive electronics from destruction. I've never heard of this. That's funny. It's like one of the most basic... It's not one of the most basic, but it is one of the principal basic electronics components. I used to be fascinated with the things. I love them. They're fun to use. Why is that not fitting? Oh my god, this thing is so big that I need to like offset it a bunch. Since we're running the pins for USB, we should flip this around and put it in this way. That way, I have access to USB from the external connection, from the outside of our enclosure, the thing that we 3D printed. This thing, your meal ticket. Sorry, don't want to quote Rotor. This plug right here is going to go to a pin header, and so that will be able to plug in, that pin header will be able to plug in somewhere around here, and that'll take USB in that we can program through. So with that, I can flip this around, and then maybe, depending on the height, no, I can't get to it. It's blocked. It's blocked. Maybe I do want it the other way around. Well, but there's going to be a plug in here. I have a chance that I might be able to get an SD card in there. The pop noise that happens with connecting and disconnecting mic connections with cheaper push to mute. Oh, pre-warming the amplifier? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I think you're talking about something completely else. You're talking about something different from what we're talking about. We're just talking about optical isolation. Static electricity is a little bit different than a pop. Is USB a short form for American B? Well, we had USA for a little while, and we decided to kind of upgrade it, and it became USB. Just an alternative USA. And then you have USB or the European B. It's a slightly different standard. Similar to a metric AS load. And then you have ASLUM, and the Jonkler. All right, I am deciding the location. If I move this location, I am going to be very mad because it will require a lot of soldering. Like a lot. This thing is nothing but pins. It's insane. All of us are probably using a bunch of opto isolators right now. Yeah. Concerningly, though, some places that they should be, they aren't. The best joystick that we'd taken apart, because what we used to do here, back when I had gaming peripherals that I could take apart, don't really have as much anymore, we would take apart stuff on Fridays. I would have teardown Fridays, and we'd take apart like game controllers and things. And the best design that we found was, I believe it was Thrustmaster, had, what are they called? Ferrite beads on all of their inputs. Ferrite beads are similar to those ferrites that you put on electrical power lines. And what they're designed to do is weed out high frequency noise, because the signal coming in has to charge up an electromagnetic field inside of that iron when it's coming in. So if you have a really high frequency signal coming in, it doesn't have enough energy or the time to charge up an electromagnetic field. That's what a ferrite does. And so there's a surface mount component that is essentially a ferrite. It's called a ferrite bead. It does something very similar. It's for very high frequencies. But Thrustmaster, without anybody asking, put them on all of the external inputs. So if they have a plug that goes up to the joystick and comes down to their PCB, on all of the inputs they've put ferrite beads. It's very nice. I've run around in my socks so much, BuzzZip. There's certain kinds of capacitors, and these were implemented in later mutable instruments designs. Emily Gillette, she put these special ESD capacitors on all of the inputs from like the headphone sockets and stuff. I don't know how many returns she must have seen before implementing that, because I would never in a million years think to use them, and I have tens of thousands of them now for use. use them on the power connection. Yeah, but what Thrustmaster did is they decided that they didn't want any external noise. So in a noisy environment, if you've got a lot of radio signals running around you, they're not going to interfere with the data that's coming in on the joystick because they put ferrite beads in there. They're a very cheap little surface mount device that you can just put in the path of one of your data signals and it will clean it up, similar to how a ferrite goes onto a power cable, but everything's smaller, so it's much higher frequencies that would be filtered out. Pretty cool stuff. Some of the higher end stuff seems to like using Ethernet connectors. Yeah, those are okay. You have to be using them properly though. Like for instance, Granite Devices on their joystick, their controller, the Granite Devices SimuCube uses Ethernet for an input, but it doesn't use Ethernet. It's not using the standards of Ethernet in the way that it would be super advantageous, nor should they. But what they're using is it as a cheap connector for wires that you can get. You can go buy an Ethernet cable and it's cheap. You cut it up. It's not that big of a loss. They're using it for like switches and buttons, and that's not really. Ethernet is twisted pairs, and as you move up in the different types of Ethernet, you get shielding around individual pairs and stuff. You get more shielding. And more shielding on a differential pair means that any noise that's able to possibly get in on a differential pair will have the same characteristics on both lines. So if it's a sudden spike in positive, you'll get a spike in positive on both the positive and the negative line, whereas the only signals that are interpreted are similar signals in opposite directions. So you intrinsically filter out noise on the differential pair. If you're not doing that with Ethernet, the only other reason to use Ethernet is that you can find it everywhere and it's cheap. But you really should be using the differential pair system on there because you've got this whole built-in system on the Ethernet line that'll clean up your signals. It means a little bit more engineering though, and of course you need digital signals to use it, but whatever. And asking a consumer to hook up a differential pair to a switch is like, what? Yeah, that's why you have twisted pairs and why you have shielded twisted pairs and stuff like that. High quality gear tech, they use those ferrites everywhere. Yeah, they're pretty ubiquitous. Just an RJ45 connection with a CAT cable, not Ethernet. Yeah. I saw a tutorial about how to do Ethernet cables once, and what they recommended you doing is putting all the differential pairs in the plug and then getting the color order correct between two of the plugs. I was screaming. If you just flatten the cable out and put it into a connector in any order, what are you doing? Like, that's not utilizing the differential pairs. You've ruined your Ethernet cables for the whole house. I spent a week cutting open all the wires. What did you have, like a psychotic break? Twisted wires on AC or filaments on vacuum tubes. What? I don't know. What do you guys? Yeah, but you want to get that color order correct because then they're sending differential pair signals over a twisted cable, and so that cable's twisted together, and I guess it promotes, I don't know, capacitance between the two, but it means that whatever noise gets into that twisted pair, you will have the same noise on both differentials. Oh, just to learn about them, I see. I took apart a monitor cable once. Those DVI cables are a really good source of tiny wires that are twisted together. T568 standards. Literally to leave as little chance of interference as possible. Yeah, the connector itself was a source of interference, and they surrounded it with metal, at least on the RJ45s. Through my thrustmaster wheel, I think uses a telephone jack on the pedal to the wheels. Yeah, that's Fanatec did that too. Fanatec did that too. They got bought out, Fanatec. I don't know what's going to happen there. They're going to become Corsair. They have to put RGB LEDs and everything. T568B is the color coding standard you're talking about. I see. Okay. Yeah, there's all kinds of names for this stuff that I don't necessarily know. I've just worked with it. So I guess the debate is, what direction do I want? This is the only direction that I think I can use, because otherwise the SD card will be over here and this plug will be right in its freaking face. I won't really be able to get a plug in there unless I unplug the power connection, the metered power connection for the external module. But the problem is, if I put it in this way, then when it's in the enclosure, I don't think I'll be able to maneuver an SD card this way. I don't think I can. I don't think I can manage that. I can't really get in there. So yeah, I guess we gotta flip it around. To do that means unplugging it, which means being very careful about not unplugging one side versus the other. So I've got to get a tool into the side here and just kind of wedge it gently. Got to be really careful because this is a lot to unplug. You can see it's bending. Oh wait, I didn't solder this whole thing down. Hold on a minute. I only soldered down the ends. This is not the time for that. I need to solder down the whole thing before I flip it over. You'll probably swap the SD card less than the USB cable. Well, that's true, but it's not. I'm not swapping the USB cable. This can exist. It'll exist here or here. When I flip this around, it'll be facing this way. And if I want to replace it, I unplug this and then put an SD card in there. So flipping this around would be totally, I think it's totally fine that I have it in the other orientation. And I'll be able to put a bunch of connectors over here and here, hook up everything on the rest of the board. This is going to be a lot. There's a lot. This is very intimidating. You guys can probably start a countdown until I actually start designing a specific circuit board for this thing and abandon this whole project and just do it with a printed PCB. I'm starting to lean in that direction with the complexity of the rest of this thing. Oh, that's the medical supplies. Hold on, I got to do a medical supply call. 1 sec. I forgot about the music that I had going. Yeah, sorry, I had music going at the time, and then for some reason, I think it caught on the mouse, and then it didn't keep going. All right, yeah, I always have, so the mixes that I play, I leave them up, and I leave it up at the point where we paused, so that I'm always ready to have music to let you guys know that the production stuff still works. YouTube doesn't hear anything. I'm sorry, YouTube. It's just you guys were too militant about copyright stuff. Maybe someday I can just hit the I can punch the synthesizer and it'll start making noises. So yeah, all right, let's get dancing emotes. There's nothing but an abundance of dancing emotes on Twitch. Does this look... This looks bad. Wait, what's going on here? Why is it lopsided? So since I've only done the corners, I've only anchored it down. That means that I can do the adjustments that I need to do in order to get this thing to sit flat. So I can push down on the top and hit one of the 4 pins that I've soldered, and it will hopefully flatten this thing out. It'll get it to be even again. Because right now, it's just a little funky, and it might just be that it's not plugged in all the way. Ow! This thing has a lot of pins. Some people don't want any music. I would love to have music, and while I don't want to have music playing the entire time, although I could tolerate that, I just don't have the playlists. And if you know what, if I was more serious about having become a streamer, what I really should have done is recorded a lot of the music from yesteryear that I used to listen to, because you know we used to have a lot of music. We had a lot of good songs there in the early 2000s, a lot of good electronic music. I have a buddy who catered a playlist like that for a party that he threw that I totally embarrassed myself at. I should talk to him and see if he's still got... It looks like I can't do anything about this lean that this thing's got going on. I don't see how it would be a difference between the two, just as long as people follow the same standard through the location. Now, here's the problem with not following the color coding on a show mixtape. I have some old mixtapes, and there were some interesting songs on them. I feel bad for the people I made listen to that. Anyway, I like actual cassette tapes. The thing about the color coding is you can't just put the wires in and follow it at both ends. That's good for any typical wire, but what we're talking about is twisted pairs. Those twisted pairs will be fighting each other when it comes to noise. Common mode noise will show up at the end of the twisted pairs, and they're twisted together in order to couple them properly. So there's a whole lot of science behind that, and if you just put the wires into an Ethernet cable in the random order, you are not going to be measuring differentials from twisted pairs. That's the whole thing. And as you get and as you get to the higher standards of Ethernet, you have you're shielding around those twisted pairs. So they're even more isolated together. And so your differential becomes even more of a noise cancellation engine. If you put random colors into the ends of the RJ45 connector, you're not measuring across differential pairs. One is the crossover configuration compared to the other when you have two endpoints with no auto sense. Like in the 90s, to connect them directly, you need to use A1 and a B1 on the other. Yeah, that's no longer... Nowadays, the chip just kind of does that. Music from yesteryear. You mean punk rock? No, there was a big movement from punk to funk, and that was just before my day. But a lot of these electronic music funk creators, a lot of them came from the punk scene. Orbital is one, I believe. They were a punk group before they went and became electronic music legends, gods even. Oh, by using the A or B standard? Yeah, so my experience is that the stuff we have on the other end of the ABs, it doesn't matter which one's A or B because it'll auto-compensate. And I guess that's what you meant to say. So I misinterpret that. I'm sorry. Sorry. I drop in on your guys' conversations sometimes because I'm streaming. And I don't get all the information. Thank you for clearing that up. Dead Milkman will always be my jam. I like strawberry jam is pretty good. Raspberries are nice. I don't know about Dead Milkmen. That's disgusting. Some kind of cannibal shit. No, I know who Dead Milkmen are. This is another stream where I just go down a pin header and solder things. There's more to wires than you think, yes. Like at a DVI connector, or whatever, the monitor connector, you've got a lot of those individually shielded twisted pairs, which is why a proper cable is like very difficult to bend and very heavy. Fiber optic based communications. I wish, man. I wish we would do everything. What's up, Last Miles? How you doing? Everybody pay attention to Last Miles because these streams. But yeah, doing everything with fiber optics would be just absolutely the best. That'd be so amazing. I would love that. That's the Star Trek future that we all need. Go to the ODN line and figure out what's going on. Over a distance, fiber's cheaper. Fiber gets to be more expensive because you can't flex the cables as often. it becomes a bit of a very high annoyance. And then you get to things like undersea cables where they have to have like a booster in there. So you have to run power and fiber. And then you have the fiber electronics that'll be able to receive and then retransmit signals to get super long distances out of optical. Continuing down the line, last miles. All fiber optic cable conduits are routed through things called Jeffrey's tubes. That's the ODN network from Star Trek. Last miles, thank you so much for the sub. Well, how long is that? Let's take a look. Let's go to the board. Computer, how long has Last Miles subbed for? 7 months on a tier 1. Oh, Last Miles, thank you so much. You guys all check out Last Miles. Every now and then, Last Miles raids the channel. It's awesome. And thank you for the raid earlier from Jackie Codes. Everybody go check out Jackie Codes. I think all of their viewers are dead. They all died. They're all dead. They all went, well, I'm no longer watching the streamer that I like. And then they died. They're all dead. But yeah, anybody who's left over, anybody who wants to check out somebody who games, you're not still here, you're dead. Check out that channel. I don't know what they're about. I've never heard of them before, so I can't vouch for their content, but they're probably pretty cool if they're raiding this channel. Nobody raids this channel. What are you talking about? You can do some amazing stuff with lenses and lasers. I tried. We tried to prove that the Earth was flat. We tried to prove that the Earth was flat, and we succeeded. And it was very unfortunate that we succeeded in our endeavor. I tried to make what's called a ring laser gyroscope. Yeah, don't commit Minecraft or whatever the kids are saying nowadays. We tried to make what's called a ring laser gyroscope. If you have two lasers and they go along a similar path and one goes clockwise and the other one goes anti-clockwise or counterclockwise, dun dun dun, then when you spin the mirror path in that circle, one set of mirrors ends up being traversed slightly longer by the laser because the mirrors are moving in space. And since a wave, a light wave, moves at a rate, what is happening here? What just happening? Anonymous, hey Anonymous has gifted 5 tier 1 subs, and they're going to Nestlin99, Amazonian Walrus, Phil Powers, Audi Glaze, and Lost Algorithm. Hey, thank you so much. I read off those individual gift subs because it's funny to have to read that many names. I've heard other streamers badmouth naming the individuals on the gift subs, and you know what? Maybe that's good for your content because you're trying to be out there a little bit more, but I love struggling to read names. I think that's fun and funny, and you guys get to hear all kinds of weird shit. Thank you so much, Anonymous, for the 5 gifts and subs. But yeah, oh, now I can't see what I was talking about over here. Jackie Codes sounds like a cool channel. You guys should go check it out. You're over here doing slit experiments. We didn't do the particle wave nature of optics, but yeah, I would like to do, I would like to grab that optics table and figure out some other experiments we could do with it, because the ring laser gyroscope failed. Although, you know, you're supposed to get like an interference pattern, and I don't think we really observed much of an interference pattern. And the interference pattern is supposed to be deviating by, what is it, like 15 degrees a minute? I was really hoping that we could prove that out. We could just build something. You can find a lot of optical table equipment on eBay for cheap. So I spent about $100 and I got a bunch of nice Thor Labs, you know, mirror alignment posts. And it's cool. I could probably buy more of those if I wanted to. I probably should. But I would like to line up a couple more optical experiments. I need to figure out something that we can do with optics that'll give us a good experiment. You can also do the ring laser gyroscope with fiber optics, and it allows you to have many, many, many more bounces for your theoretical mirrors. Put that inside a ring laser gyroscope and a synth module. How would you do that? I don't, because like a laser diode is not quite as coherent as a tube laser. So I don't know if you could do ring laser gyroscope using a diode. And diode would be the voltage and size that you would need to go inside of a modular synth module. Because remember, you're dealing with 12 volts, but you have under an amp. You're not allowed to use more than an amp. Diode. Well, the hovercraft racers are here. There's a racing league in this neighborhood, and it's a hovercraft racing league. This is the all the lawn equipment that comes by. So I've got 10,000 humming things descending upon the basement window. It's really the only advantage to the HOA here. And we use, what is it? 4 trees. The very same landscaping place that is embroiled in controversy from a certain political campaign not being allowed at the Doubletree Hotel, which is very funny. I bought stickers from them and everything. Less precision, better for audio device. But you need to get that interference pattern, and you might not get it with a diode. We tried. We tried to get the interference pattern with a diode laser, and it didn't do very well. I'm going to stretch a little bit because I've been sitting for like 1,000 hours. Even though we haven't done much today, we've done almost nothing today. As usual, stream is a very distracting affair. I got a little too used to getting too much stuff done when we had Burn the Subs like off. Because with Burn the Subs off, I didn't have to spend a lot of time moving the cameras around and getting cameras into place. And all of a sudden, I was getting stuff done in projects. This one is unfortunately going incredibly slowly. Our pace is nothing if not glacial. So that having been soldered in, I can now actually remove the microcontroller. You're too efficient. Well, I mean, you know, all that Burn the Subs stuff was very distracting. I have an idea for the version of Burn the Subs after this one that will take me completely out of the equation. I have to do all the camera work, which I have to do. Everybody's talking about why not add a camera to the ARM, and I don't want that. I want the production of having multiple different camera angles and, you know, moving it around and setting it up and all that stuff. But getting myself out of the equation and getting all those cool camera angles can be achieved. Yeah, it looks like this one's like pushed in a little bit. I guess it's okay. But yeah, so I could put this way. You guys got to explain yourself to all the same questions, right? I've earned a hype chest. Let's open our hype chest. Oh boy, gambling. I got a purple hair remote. It's somebody with headphones on. That's kind of nice. Chill girl. All right. I don't think I'll ever use it, but that's actually a nice emote. My stance on Twitch emotes has actually kind of come around a bend here, because I think they finally decided to get their shit together and like hire people who could design emotes, like, you know, a designer who is able to make emotes, because these emotes are more simple now. Before, like during some of the hype train emotes and stuff, they would have like, you got like shark bear, and it's like this twisted thing that you can't see because there's all this detail in a 64 by 64 emote. You got to keep things super simple. You got a theme, and you got to keep things simple on a stream like this, right? And so I think they finally actually got a design team to do that. That, or they're just picking them better. Designed by a pro. I can't, I can kind of see. It's from Dennis, from Why So Serious? Why Dennis? You can kind of see that it's a wizard face. Yeah. Keep it simple, sweets. Yeah, you got to keep it very simple, you know, and theme it and make things just like instantly recognizable. It's one of those things. It's hard to do. Some people don't have an knack for it. And a lot of the thing is like, I was like, all right, we're going to be making an electronics stream, right? So here is the note. I'm not making a resistor. I'm not making a circuit element. I'm not making a chip emote. I failed at that one. I brutally failed at that one. But I was like, I'm not going to do it in MS Paint and make it like monochrome MS Paint emote. The mock is clear. It's one of those combo emotes. That's cheating. That's getting more pixels than you're allowed to. Mo. You could just say Mo. Mo. All right, new microcontroller, who dis? So that being done, I guess I need to start figuring this out. I done seen a chick with a fidget spinner on her nails. Things are crazy nowadays. Some of those baited rage content where they do like cooking and they do it in like 500 steps. Don't waste your time. Skip to the end. Don't waste your time. There's both the cooking ones and the DIY ones. Sorry, the hovercrafts are here. They'll be moving through in a minute. But like, don't let them waste your time. They want you for 10. One sec, they're gonna round the bend. Just let them round the bend. All right, there we go. Okay, so like there's a certain level of content in cooking and DIY that is designed to annoy you. You look at the way that they do stuff and you go, this is so nonsensical. It's the same thing with like the galvanized steel beams videos. They do stuff in a way that's irritating and they do it purposely. Don't let them waste your time. This is all the attention span economics that's going on the internet right now. They will intentionally do things really, really badly. And some of them are so adept at this because they will start like, you know, like that printing method where you lower something into water, standing over a bucket of water and spray painting on the front of it and then adding sprinkles and doing stuff like that. And it's like, stop. Just stop. Skip to the end. Save yourself all the time. Because they are literally just doing it to annoy you. They're trying to... Excuse me, that was my fart. That wasn't the equipment. Distressed furniture. You take something that's like really nice and stained and you just fuck it up. Sadly, I need to move along and fight with my Risk V board that wastes my time. Oh, God. Good luck! Thanks for stopping by, Last Miles. You guys pay attention to Last Miles. I believe he streams. This person cuts onions wrong. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that, too. There's like... just some of those recipes. Yeah, this... One of the ones that I saw, they were adding sugary stuff to a literal Tupperware container in layers. Like, whenever it's a casserole, just move on. It's not a good video to watch. And they always put it on a plate. They put it on a plate, and they go, oh boy, how many, oh boy, and then cut. They never eat it. They don't eat it. Some of the worst offenders are the ones where they're making something that's like kind of plausible. They're like, this is my husband's favorite meal. And it's like chili from a can and hot dogs and like some form of pasta. And then they put on cheese and then a different cheese. And then they pour sour cream all over. Like, and you're like, maybe you could make like a bolstered chili with all that stuff if you put any effort into it. But instead you're just layering stuff in order to trigger people into watching your video. And they'll do it in a way where they'll like pour the can out and then they'll take like one utensil and like poke it a little bit. They'll go, oh yeah, you really got to get it into the layers and stuff. And I'm like, you're wasting my time. You are specifically doing this in order to waste my time. The lady from Everybody's Creative. I'm glad there's like a second tier of like making fun of those channels. I think they deserve to be made fun of. But it's annoying how our attention spans are being commoditized. Commoditized. Commodore 64-atized. I'm losing my brain. I'm losing my mind, chat. It's very simple. A mind is a terrible thing to taste. Okay, so there will be circuits underneath these, so let's start doing that. I wish I could make the money some of these channels make. They got huge followings from this stuff. I got to figure out how to get more followers. All of us tech channels got to band together. I say that, but I try not to be involved in other tech channels because they end up influencing my personality. It's bad. It's bad. I can really lose myself into other people's memes. More view time is the king on YouTube. Yeah, they want to keep you hooked in, even though the shorts are now a thing. The way the algorithm works. I just throw stuff into the Pyrex. Throw it into the oven like a baseball. That would be a good video if you had an old oven. All right, so we got op amps here. We're going to use our, what do we use in the circuit? We use TLS7 2s, I believe. Remove pre-roll ads, but it might be something you already do. I can't control pre-roll ads. I hate advertisements. I hate them. I hate them to death. I can do mid-rolls. I could take a bathroom break in the middle of streams, and I could roll ads during that, and that would kill pre-rolls. Or during the intro, I could do a bunch of pre-rolls. Then if anything happens, like with what happened last time where the stream went down and then back up, and I lost all of my viewers, we've got a nice crowd today. Hey, thank you guys for joining me for like a nothing stream. We're treading water right now in terms of this project. I'm making slow progress, but like I could at the beginning of the intro of stream run a bunch of ads, and that would kill ads for the rest of the stream. I would love to do that. I hate ads, and I hate remembering to do stuff. So I allow you guys to have pre-rolls. You click into the stream. You're not invested in what's going on. You don't know what I'm doing until the stream starts on your end. And that's all I can do. I don't have much other control. Listen, I know what I need to do in order to remove pre-roll ads, and it's annoying. It's enough that I don't do it. Pre-roll ads are fine. That's the minimum amount of advertisement that I can expose you guys to. That's it. Pre-roll's fine, but mid-roll, yeah, mid-roll randomly placed. I've seen streamers do it where they start to do something interesting and they hit the button to do an ad. I hate that. God damn it, I wish this stupid platform would get its head out of its own ass and actually put a little ad right up in the corner of chat. That's it. That's all it's required. We got this big chat roll, right? You can take that top little slice of the chat roll and you can put like, you know, a pizza roll ad, and it could even be animated just with no audio. Just don't interrupt my stream. That's all I wish for. I hate ads. I hate them. I'm sorry. Get a pie hole. Run uBlock Origin. It still works. I don't know for how long, but it still works. Kill the ads. Kill them. They don't deserve your attention span. They would do fine with ticker tape ads. Yeah, or if you scroll down a little bit, you have just like a big banner. Banner ads are a thing of the past, though, unfortunately. Instead, they design these things to get your entire attention span. One of the things that was less intrusive, and I actually saw this recently with Twitch, was I got an ad for 3D printer filament, and I wasn't mad. I was not mad. It's when they try to advertise you by like Schwab Investments, and you're like, I'm on Twitch. What am I doing? Like, I'm not. This has nothing to do with what. Who are you selling these ads to? I got an ad for 3D printer filament, and I was like, you know what? Cool. Yeah, that's fine. That's something that I'm actually interested in. It's not as much of a niche, but it is still a little bit of a niche. And it's interesting to see a place advertise on something like Twitch for something like that. Yeah, people on Twitch aren't playing with the stock market. Like, there's your problem. It's the same with those mid-roll Reddit ads where they look like a post and they're like, hey, Reddit. Or it's like, they're so dumb. They're so dumb. I wish I'd saved some of the particularly bad examples because I give them so little of my brain space that I haven't actually memorized the titles. But some of them are trying to like relate to like somebody browsing Reddit. Yeah, you got a gift sub from a very generous anonymous gifter. And I thank you, Anon. I appreciate you giving me all of those ads. Those are ads. My brain is just destroyed. Giving me all of those gift subs because those go out to the people and they appreciate them greatly. Wonderful, amazing. Yeah, TLDR, my investment strategy worked out when I used this product. Like, shut up. Just shut the fuck up. They're on Twitter too. We have to figure out what we're doing with all of these pins. I think I need to move this over to, oh my God, look at all this. Oh my goodness. QSPI memory. Here are the test pads for the V sub D minus D plus. I think we are going to be taking VUSB, although that we won't run out anywhere. So if we plug this thing into VUSB, the Teensy is going to have to, it'll just power itself, I suppose. And then D minus and D plus, we are going to run to like the adjacent pins 3 and 4. And hopefully we don't run into any issue. 3 and 4 are B clock and LR clock for the second I2S channel. So we're only running the first I2S channel. We can run B clock and whatever clock. And then there's in one. Where's in one? In one is over here. Out 1A. Out 1A is over here. Why is that one also out 1A? That's a weird one. Copy image. Let's get that into our working diagram. Actually, wait. I need to do this. Yeah, the comment hidden. It's always fun to read the thread for an ad where they haven't disabled comments. It's very brave of the advertiser to do that, because some of the funnier comment threads are the ones on these stupid ads that are very misinformed. Those are some of the more fun reads that I've had. Yay, pin codes, yeah. We got to get all of our pins straight. I got to make sure that these things are plugged in properly. So let's make a little work area. Put this thing in. And now MS Paint's rotate is weird. The rotate on MS Paint, in the selection, it will rotate the image and cut off anything that doesn't fit in the selection. I don't know how they managed to code that, because it's fairly unique that they were able to code something so inept. So you got to redo the box, and now I can rotate it right 90. We use MS Paint as our IDE because it's simple. And I'm simple, just like this program. All right, let's make a hole. Bonk. So we'll move some stuff down. Where can I grab that? I guess I'm gonna have to use this one. MS Paint gets a little weird when you've got this many pixels. Where can I put that that's out of the way? I guess I'll just put it a little closer down here. There's so many pins. All right, let's lower the pin count, or the pixel count. It would be nice if MS Paint could do something with layers. I think that's what Paint 3D was all about. I think they increased the capability of MS Paint, but I don't know. You know what? I just need a simple, lightweight notepad. And by notepad, I mean like a physical notepad. I don't mean like Notepad, the program. So, okay, we got a lot of pins now. This is a lot of I/O. So I should be able to fit everything I need into all of this I/O, but I have to figure out what stuff we're running. It's an insane number. I need analog. I need 6 of the analog pins so that I can. Well, actually, no, 2. I only need 2 analog pins to measure voltage on the lines that we're muxing into. It beats the destroyed paper. I prefer to use on my plans. I bought an actual sketchbook, like an actual drawing sketchbook. I don't do sketches. I do like plans and ideas and sort of organize my thoughts on it. But it's good to have just a big blank canvas. There's no lines or anything on it, and it's nice to have that thicker paper too. They tried, but then people didn't like it, so they eventually depreciated it while still leaving it in the system with the 3D folder, just like Cortana. The 3D folder is especially. Why don't you put all your 3D files here? Why don't you go fuck yourself? No, I don't think I will put any of my 3D files there. Sorry. But you could put 3D stuff here. Nope. Not going to do it. All right, so we have our PCM 5100. That takes serial clock, bclock, D-in, lur clock, ground, and V-in. So we are going to be using out 1A. Let's do a larger pencil. Out 1A, out 1D, out 1C, in 1. Then we're not using out 1B. We're using M clock, B clock, LR clock. And this would be out. Well, we'll do PCM. This one's PCM. And these four are all PCM. Those are off limits. Yeah, baby rage. It's a Twitch emote. And then out 1B we're reserving. If I ever want to run speakers, I could do that there. I'll do a little speaker icon. That's a terrible one. That one's not good, but I'm gonna still use it. Okay, so that's the ins and outs. Or sorry, the digital hookups for the PCMs. Do I need anything else on this? It's going to be these pins and then all of these. This one doesn't use M clock. It's the receiver that does. BCK out, LRC, SCK, ground, and 3 volts. And then right in and left in come in there. Okay. So what else are we doing? Well, I also have analog inputs, which we've already used up a couple. I only need 2, but SCL and SDA, we're not using I2C anymore. In using this thing, we don't need to have a port expander, so I don't need I2C. See, going from the Teensy 4 to the 4.1, it's like I don't need I2C anymore because I can have all of my button pins go into this thing. So I'd like to find 6 pins in a row that I could use as input pull-ups that I can use as button pins. But it's like, in doing that, it's so weird. I'm using less pins than if I just, man. So having fewer digital protocols coming out of the thing will be nice because that way we don't get stuff fighting with each other. It's not a necessity, but it is nice that I'm able to achieve that. So where can I get a bunch of stuff? Am I using SPI for anything? No, although I am using the outputs for... What is that doing there? Who did this? Come on. Everyone's got to be a joker. Okay, so I need a pin shift, and I need it to go to the pins of this for asynchronous serial, which means there's no SCK 11, 10, and 1. See, I've got pins already like carved out for this. TX1 will do S in. So TX1 would be S in. And SBUSY I have on pin 10, which is CS. So why would I have that on pin 10? Well, 3 and 4 we're going to turn into D minus and D plus. Actually, that's this way. This one and this one. So 3 and 4, D minus. Which one is which? Hold on. Which one is which? I got to get it right in my notes, or I will be the laughing stock of the prom. D minus goes to pin 3. That one's D minus. This one's D plus. We already have ground and power coming in. I could put V in. I could put as USB V. Ground is, of course, always going to go to ground. In 3.3 volts, I'm putting in an LM1117. I don't know what the 3 volt, 250 milliamps max. That should be able to power mostly everything, but we're going to have 5 volts coming in. And so 5 volts from our circuit, from our regulator, we can have a couple amps of 5 volts. We'll be totally fine. So we'll take 5 volts in, we'll put it into an LM1117. That'll do all the 3 volt stuff, including all of these audio modules that I've got above. And then the 5 volts is also going to be routed to the display. So for the serial in, and then I've got, since D minus and D plus are sitting right there, pin 10 and 11. That's down here. Chip select and MOSI. MQSR, I don't know what that is. And CTX1, I don't know what that is. So we might as well just make that. So that's SBUSY and then reset. SBUSY and RST. And reset is positive. So, okay, so that means that I need a transistor on, well, TX to serial in doesn't necessarily need to be at 5 volts. I think at the limit of 3.3, you barely get activation of a positive signal on that screen. I suppose just to be nice, we probably should do that. SBUSY is a channel that we check in on. So that'll probably need a transistor circuit. And the transistor circuit we will use is very simple. I mean, it's basically just the, well, for this one, it would be signal coming from SBUSY on the screen, resistor, transistor, pull it down, and then we're taking it from 3V, and we are connecting it to a resistor that goes to ground. That's not a very clear resistor. Hold on. I really should stop using the squiggly lines and do squares. Do like 5K there or something, just to be nice. And then this will be the signal out. For reset, we do it the opposite way. It's just the opposite way. It just means it's 5 volts. And then we have one of these, one of these, one of these, with the arrow going to ground, and then like that, be like, I don't know, 5K, it's a very weak pull down, and then we bring it over here, and then this would be the 5 volt signal, and here we have just like a 1K. 1 or 10, I can't really decide which one. It depends on how much current you want to go through there. What that means is that a 3 volt signal will come through here, and when it goes positive, both the 5 volts and the 3 volts will basically flow down to ground through that 5K, and this signal will go positive. And when it's off, the 5K will sync out all of the current that's in there and bring this pin to ground potential. Play oh bother. I should show everyone what you're doing. I'm standing in line. Please don't. Please don't. That's really embarrassing. Don't do that. Father doesn't need your embarrassing. I appreciate you being here, but maybe you should like put down the cell phone and live in the moment, man. Please, no, please don't. Don't bring me into your cringe. I don't deserve that. You don't deserve that for yourself. I'm watching a guy draw penises in MS Paint is not the thing that I want. I mean, man, you're gonna get known for something you don't want somewhere in life, but it's not a look. It's not a look, man. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, so those are basically like there we go. So that's it. That's how I'm doing the level shifting. It's nothing too complicated. Penis lol. You have 69 in your name. Sips tea. Come on. You can't make fun of me for residing on Penn Island. I'll have you know. I am the manager. Serial input to the screen. So this is going to be this one here. So I'm just going to, I'll cut and paste it just for posterity's sake. That's a relatively neat circuit that I built there. The information is off the clip. What? Okay. What was that? Whatever. I'll just do a shorthand version of it. So it's going to be that's just shorthand. I know there's supposed to be resistors there. We are already starting to populate many of these pins. We're already running through quite a few pins here. There will probably be an excess of pins available to us, though. We can run an LED light show with this thing for all intensive purposes. Let's see here. Encoder A, B, and click. I guess we can just put those on the next couple pins. What other serial lines do we have? We have serial to the screen. We're not using the port expander. Oops. We're not using the port expander, so no. 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 Just say no. We are using these. These have 4 inputs. 4 inputs. I'm probably going to have to do 2 of these, aren't I? Yeah. I'm going to need 2 of them, and some of the... I guess there will be 2 unused digital switches somewhere in this design. I don't know what I would do with them. I don't know what I would do with those. And then that port expander has A2, 1, and 0. This one is going to have in 1 through 4. We're going to start eating pins here because we've got 6 buttons, 8 switches, and then another 3 for the mux. Encoder A and B. All right, so let's just roll down the list here and see if we run into any problems. So encoder A, we can take up this one. Actually, encoder click. ENCC. ENCA for this one. Oh, these are analog. Huh. And then ENCB. Although, do I want... Okay, so I've got analogs coming back from here. That's on the board, so that's just going to be an internal thing on the board. So I can just basically run that line to anywhere I need to. That's not going to make a mess. I'm trying to think in terms of like connectors, because we've got a lot of connectors that are running off to daughter boards on this thing, because I can't fit everything onto one single PCB. These perforated prototyping boards have quite a bit of room, and I did go out of my way to buy the big ones, but they're still relatively cramped in terms of the stuff that we can actually fit onto this thing. This is what you do when you build a big device like this, like a big testing device like this. You have to run a lot of external connections, and it becomes a mess very quickly. It's nice to spread out and do everything as neatly as possible, and that's what I did for the power supply, so it has nice, easy-to-follow circuit elements, but with the rest of it, I can't quite fit everything that I need to. So I'm going to need the muxes to go to this board, and then I'm going to need like another connector that runs up to this board, and it's just the whole thing. At least I don't have the whatchamacallit, chewy, chocolatey, crunchy, hurt. No, wait, advertisements in my brain. I don't have the thingy-wingy, the port expander on this one. So if I do the amplifier underneath this, if I do the amp underneath this and I have like an adjustment potentiometer in front of it, like I'll have an adjustment potentiometer next to these, sitting in between these boards. So if I could fit another one in there for this one, and I think I can. This is a big board though. It does overlap stuff a lot. Man, they did not try to make these things small. I guess I'll have all the adjustments on this, and then I'll just have like 6 or 8 outputs that'll go to one of these other boards that'll be full modular synthesizer voltage. Oh boy, there's not a lot of room. There's not a lot of space on these things. Never be president now? Wait, what did I do? I don't remember what I did. Yeah, we'll put the amplifiers right below here, and these would be the outputs and the inputs from the amplifiers. And then I'll have to fit like a big plug somewhere around here, big 6-channel plug that'll go up to the muxes, and then from the muxes we'll go to the front panel. And that'll keep things nice and spread out and easy. Easy breezy. Cheeky breeky. So that's where a little bit of the pliability of the setup that we have, the the perf board comes in handy. That was because of the whole getting, oh, I see. Can't be president because you're too much cringe. Do you ever put your boards up kind of like inside the old school Furby? Oh, you mean like vertical boards? Sometimes. I've done that before, but it's not totally necessary here. This one would actually have been better if I had done like a card rack. If I made it like a card rack with like bus connections to everything, if I was bussing, then I could run signals and power from board to board to board vertically. For room. I mean, this is putting them horizontally or vertically, you're still dealing with the same dimensions on everything, so I don't think I'm really saving a lot of space. What I could have done is, I guess, put like these things vertically and then had a couple wires coming down to like a second header. Thinking about it, this reminds me a lot of kit bashing with model kits. I wish I'd got, no, maybe I don't. It's not like a big industry anymore. You can't make money off of it, I guess, unless you're like super good at it. But kit bashing sounds like a lot of fun. I really should have gotten into it more. I've wanted to. I've always loved special effects. And I know that knowing a lot about electronics gives you a huge advantage in special effects. But I just don't have those connections. I don't live in California, you know? That's what I was thinking they were saying. If I did... So there's a couple ways that you can put together stuff like this, and this way is just doing it as a little frumpy project kit. But like, if I did a vertical board on, like, okay, so I have this board, and then I do another board like vertically on headers, or if I put these individual modules in vertically like this, I could have had a pin header and then one right next to it, and then had wires coming up to this one, and then it fits in like this, and it takes up a little bit less horizontal space, a little bit less board space. They could be compacted in there a little bit further. California weather's too hot. It is. It is. I'm a Northeasterner. I like my snow. Everybody complains around here. Well, that's because they're all from Florida. Pennsylvania and Florida have this pipeline of people together. I dislike it very much. I love the cold. I really do. Everybody complains about shoveling snow. I like shoveling snow. It's good exercise. Like, I've lived in California for 29 years, and I've never heard such bullshit in my life. I'll have you know, oh bother, you don't know what you're talking about, you piece of crap streamer boy. Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. We've been having 2 dry winters for snow. I don't know what this year's going to be like. I feel like no, Cali sucks. Don't get me wrong. Okay. I'm just making jokes. You know, keep it light, keep it fun. I need to roll with some of the bits. I need to roll with the bits to make it fun. Snow and tornadoes and sharks. Ugh. I like the Northeast. I really like Pennsylvania, to be honest. It sucks here. Don't go to Pennsylvania. That's like the rolling joke in the Pennsylvania subreddit, is like people being like, man, I just went to your state and it's beautiful. And they're like, no, it sucks. Don't come here. It's awful. I really like Pennsylvania. I'm not in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is, think of a flat field, and then you're surrounded by mountains. And there's just nothing. That's Pennsylvania. But I love my end of PA. It's a nice place. I miss the food. Look, where I am right now is weird. The closest Taco Bell for me is at the King of Prussia Mall. It's right by the King of Prussia Mall. It's closest Taco Bell. If you go to the other closest Taco Bell in the opposite direction, it is the distance of the closest Taco Bell. There is a circular radius of a significant drive around me, no Taco Bell. So every now and then, I'll make the drive, and I will have a huge bag of food. I don't do this anymore because it's all too expensive. It's stupid. I might as well just make a sandwich here and be totally fine with it. You know, I know how to cook. But I would drive a significant distance and just get a shitload of Taco Bell, come back, eat it, regret it, be done with it for a year. And repeat the next year when my GI tract forgets about the whole ordeal. I saw a tweet. Believe it or not, I saw a tweet. And those of you that are still here get to benefit from this tweet that I saw. I saw a tweet Did you guys know that people post things on the internet? It's a mad world. I remember driving through King of Prussia. It's I used to live up the hill from King of Prussia for a long time. My whole childhood, actually. What do you mean a long time? 7805s. You'll find them everywhere. They're voltage regulators. You can basically throw whatever the hell you want into this thing, and it will create 5 volts. Some of them work up to 35 volts. Wawa's well and good every now and then, but if you eat at Wawa too much, no sharts because of the drive. I don't know what kind of GI tracts y'all have on the internet, but Taco Bell has never caused me to have fecal urgency, okay? I've never had gastric issues from Taco Bell. The 7805, it may very well be that this one is older than I am. That 9441 might mean 1994, in which case I am older than it, but not by a bunch. Anyway, this thing right here, they have issues due to lack of hydration. Listen, I don't know what you people are made out of. But anyway, this is a 7805. This is the jelly beanest of parts. When you talk about electronics, this is what they're talking about. This is a voltage regulator. It's not linear. What it does is it dumps all the excess power into heat. So when you are regulating that voltage, if you give this thing 12 volts, it will gladly give you 5 volts, but it will also do it at the expense of a great amount of heat. We have much more efficient things nowadays to create voltages. But if you're just trying to get 5 volts out of a dinky little circuit, and it's your Johnny's little first electronics circuit, these things are wonderful. They work very well. Yeah, they're a tiny little space heater. Yep. 48 amps surely will not be a problem. I believe these go up to an amp. I think they go a little higher than that, to be honest. This is, in fact, an LM7805. This is a disposable part, and we're going to do something to it right now that will make it even more disposable. However, you're trying to do Johnny's little first electronics project that doesn't involve sticking wires into an electrical socket with some random transformer they found. You're trying to actually do something with system voltages. 5 volts is fairly common. Becoming less common because, you know, computers. We don't need 5 volts anymore. 3.3 is totally fine to do most everything. But if you need that 5 volts, if you're doing an early electronics project, you will be working with solderless breadboard, because this way, all the mistakes you make can be undone. The whole thing about electronics is a lot of people think it's extremely exacting, and to a degree it is. You can bump up against the bumpers and bumper pull quite a bit in electronics before you run into trouble. And it's fun to do that kind of stuff. It might get a little expensive if you keep blowing up expensive stuff. But you start with something that is malleable. You start with something that's pliable, something that you could reconfigure at a moment's notice. And that way, all those mistakes you're making can be eventually rolled under the carpet, and you have something good that works. It's very frustrating. It's very exacting. You need to be able to go over your own work many, many different times. Breadboarding is a wonderful place to start. It's so much more forgiving than soldering something together and having it not work. For the number of times that I've done something like that, holy shit. So, well, yeah, I mean, sometimes with the breadboard, especially if you're using the cheap components that I use, you have to wiggle stuff in order to get it to work. That's when I get very frustrated. I get very frustrated at having to wiggle things. Back in the day, our resistors actually had leads on them. They had thick leads that were metal instead of these thin bitch leads that they have on all these components nowadays. I have tried to source normal 1% tolerance resistors that have regularly sized leads on them. I haven't been able to do that. I haven't been able to actually source them. Anyway, so the thing about these things and like larger voltage transistors, this breadboard, you can do like an amp on these, in which case if you're doing like a motor project, you'll have a lot of transistors that are in this type of package. TO220, what's this package called again? Packages are what you house your electronics in. So this particular flavor and shape of device has a particular designation for the package. They're largely standard. Some proprietary packages exist within a company's landscape of products, and sometimes those very specific packages are shared. Most of the time they're acronyms, but yeah. These have very thick leads on them because they're designed to carry a lot of current. What did I have for lunch? Why am I burping so harshly? I forget what I ate for lunch. Anyway, so yeah, these leads have very thick leads. And so the trick that I saw, and I believe it was DigiKey's Twitter, instead of just shoving this thing in, which you can do, this works just fine. It may mean that in the future those clips aren't going to be as tight, but this just works, right? But what you can do, what I saw them do was, I don't have needle nose. I have these big thick pliers. Hold on, let me find some needle nose. I have some somewhere here. Needle nose. That's the Philly coming out. I was born in the hospital of West Philadelphia, so I got something on prints. I was actually born in West Philadelphia. I got documentation. Show the long form birth certificate. No, but I can assure you that I was born in West Philadelphia. I gotta find the needle nose pliers. I don't know where they went. They were supposed to be in that cabinet. That's an excuse to clean up a little bit. This is why we never get anything done. This is why I'm hot. This is why you're not. Ooh, another Fusion 360 project that we have to do is making the Poop Finder 3000. When my dog poops outside, sometimes she poops in places where you can't see where the poop is. And so if I have a small thermal imager, which my brother gave me for the holidays, then I can turn it into the Poop Finder 3000. This is actually a thermal imager. It uses this weird cheapo thermal part to make really shitty thermal images. But if I can use it to view where some heat is, and I put lasers on it, I can have it identify an area to look for poop. It's not as good as this thing. Not as good as this thing. But a poop Roomba. No! That's horrible. What a horrible thing to put into my head. Why would you even say something like that? Jesus Christ. You're an awful person, and you should feel bad. Where am I putting these? I'll just put them over here for now. Now you're just making up animals. All right, needle nose pliers. I don't have any in here. What the hell? What are the other? Oh, okay, there they are. These are a little bit long for this task, but they'll actually work out pretty nicely. These are all like the really special weird tools in this drawer. It's hard to get to because there's a flat surface here, and any flat surface in a shop generally gravitates towards having stuff put on it, like cool angular RC cars. Oh, I'm really curious to see how that print turned out. The other thing that I need to do is design a top thing for that RC car so that I can put the the GPS speed sensor on it, the one that Shortlurker linked to me to. It's a little bit of a weird shape. It's designed to go on a bicycle, and it plugs into USB. I wish I could find something smaller to do that job, but okay, so this is what you can do apparently to these leads to get them to fit into these a little bit easier, is you grab them with a pair of needle nose pliers, and you twist 90 degrees. Like so. Shelf flexor. Look, this lab is an utter nightmare right now, and I really need to spend some time going through and cleaning everything up. I don't think I can really get to that middle one with these pliers. I think, oh wait, maybe this will do. It's gonna bend that lead a little bit. The problem with these leads is they're cheap metal. They're very cheap metal, actually. Notoriously cheap metal. And you have to be careful with this because these leads have one bend in them. You can reliably get one singular bend out of these leads. One singular bend. And after that, all bets are off. You're likely to shear the pin off. You know, these little minor bends, you can usually get a couple of them out of it, but these things are made out of the cheapest metal available. This one's from 1994, I believe. This regulator, just from the 94 on the front of this thing, the 41st week of 1994, I'm guessing. But I mean, I don't doubt it because these come from an old research lab with some very old parts indeed. So I don't doubt that this one is that old. So you get one bend out of your leads, right? Good old dick twist. I'll say it if you won't. So yeah, that actually works. Bending them 90 degrees makes it fit into the clips. And it appears to not fight the clip. it wasn't much of a fight to get it in the clips before, but I guess you risk bending them permanently, whereas this puts less wear and tear on your breadboard. I learned something today. I saw it in a tweet, tried it out myself. It's good. It actually works. That's cool. Hey, I learned something new. Hope you guys learn something from me sometimes. I actually fear that you guys learn something from me sometimes. And then it actually worked. Oh, uh-oh. What's going on there? Oh, there you go. That's cool. So yeah, grab them. What you do is you reach down and you grab, and then you twist. Oh, maybe that's not what you should do. You just need to get the pliers, and then you grab the pin, and then you twist. These are a little thick. They're kind of thick for needle nose. They're just flat pliers that have a little bit of reach on them. But yeah, okay, cool. Well, now I know. Now I know how to fit this stuff in. All right, I think that's gonna do it for me because it's almost 5, and I gotta go take my puppy for a walk before the sun goes down. Because the sun goes down at like 12 in the afternoon now. We're losing our daylight bit by bit. I'm gonna try to get more stuff done on this. I don't think I'll be able to boast a whole lot done by tomorrow, especially given that I'm not gonna have a ton of time. Some of the life stuff around me has been winding down, so I'm able to actually get to some of these tasks. Okay, Dracula. No, it's just what's been happening outside, man. We used to have daylight until like 9. You can see now it's even getting dark out. But I gotta go take my corgi for a walk because she's a trooper. She's very, very patient. And then I'll be on Discord. You guys can follow me on Discord or even Twitch or even Twitter if you feel like. 10:30 p.m. sunlight. The planet is silly. Yeah, it is a silly billy, isn't it? Hold on, let me get my end commands all configured here. I'm gonna be back tomorrow. It's Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday. I guess I had a whole email argument with my friends about how it's actually the planet moving further away from the sun, and they were getting mad, like mad. And then they stopped abruptly when I told them I was just saying stuff to get them angry. This is many, many years ago before political campaigns weaponized that sort of thing. I had fun playing with their emotions. I don't do that anymore. All right, so edit com, and we're gonna make that poop it out, and it's going to become tomorrow, which is the 4th. October 4th. Thank you guys for joining me. I mean, we've had kind of a zany time just talking about stuff and doing a little bit of the job that I wanted to get done. I did not get a lot done today. I don't know how I can actually get more done during streams. I think for the most part, what I need to be doing is taking all of my spare time and using that in order to get the circuits farther ahead, and then I can explain to you guys what's going on, right? I'm gonna need a sun lamp. Hey man, that's what they do in Russia. You sit in front of a sun lamp. Gaslighting your friends is so much fun. I know. I wish I was able to do it more often. I'm not in that era. Like we used to all hang out all the time. And that's when it's more fun to do stuff like that. Nowadays, everybody had kids and they moved away or whatever. Actually, a lot of people didn't move away, but a lot of people had kids. And so I don't see them anymore, so I don't get to gaslight them. I'm sure they're gaslighting their kids, though. That's even more fun. You make the kid believe that water comes from, like, a giant demon in the sky. Weird stuff like that. That was a weird example. I don't know why it went to demonology and stuff. Anyway, my brain's leaking out of my ears. I don't know if you can see, but there's just, like, smoke coming out of my ears. Tomorrow, we're going to work more on these circuits. Moron? I wish I had more variety. I wish I could get more stuff done. We'll try to, I'll think about how we can switch it up and do some other stuff for fun, especially because it's Friday and I don't feel like using my brain. And in the meantime, I'm going to really try to kind of focus on getting this hardware done and get everything down onto the circuit boards. Yeah, water comes from clouds peeling, that kind of thing. There you go. Thank you. You guys have the advantage of having like less brain tasks going on. Here's the end card. This has links to my social media. I'm not great at social media. I need to make a post every now and then. But yeah, I still have it. And maybe, just maybe, it'll influence people to join the channel. I'm happy to see so many new faces around here. I'll be back tomorrow. Until then, you can catch me on Discord. I barely ever tweet. Every now and then I'll retweet something that I think is awesome, because for some reason my algorithm has plugged me in to all of the Japanese Twitter project channels. It's so cool. I don't want to ruin the algorithm. I don't want to click on anything because I don't want to ruin that, because it's so cool. They do so cool. The stuff they do is just so freaking amazing. It's just awesome. Oh my